33-year-old Austin Sheppers. He was accused of shooting Orange County Deputy Zach Andry during a traffic stop on Friday morning. Deputy Andry was shot multiple times, including in the head, and right now he is fighting for his life in a Louisville hospital. And at last check, state police said he was critical but stable. State police say they, along with Louisville Metro Police, were actually led to a home in Louisville tonight where they located Sheppers. There was some type of confrontation. Details still scarce at the moment. Sheppers was shot and killed by officers. Of course, we're still working to find out exactly what happened. We'll bring you the latest as we get it. And as that happens, the Orange County community is coming together to try and help support Deputy Andry as well as his family. Community members held a prayer vigil last night. One of the deputy's neighbors organized it and says this is what that small community does for one another.
This is just what we do, right? So I don't have any medical expertise and I can't go fix his problems, but I can pray for him.
An official fund has been started for Deputy Andry by the Indiana Fallen Heroes Foundation. You can find details on how to donate. We have it on our website, cbs4indy.com.
All right. So let me tell you about what's going on Monday. Monday is a company holiday for us, and Dragon and I will be gone. And we've made that decision because nothing in terms of the inauguration that's going to be newsworthy, unless something bad happens, is going to occur until after we go off air. So on Tuesday, I'll be able to give you the analysis of everything that Trump did on that first day in office.
That's pretty much all I got.
Ladies and gentlemen, Elvis has left the building.
Have a good weekend.
Follow Michael Brown at Michael Brown USA. And stay connected with all of us at 630 KHOW, KHOW.com, and on the iHeartRadio app. Tom Martino is next on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
In life, we're always looking for an advantage, and the same goes with real estate. That's why I recommend Frank Duran, therealestateman.com.
With our advanced motivational marketing systems, we give you a very unique advantage in the Denver real estate market. It's simply the most innovative and proactive marketing plan you will find anywhere.
I'm consumer advocate Tom Martino, urging you to use Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. With RE/MAX Alliance, 303-920-1622.
It's a new year, Colorado. Don't spend it painting. Do what your neighbor Tom did. He called Rhino Shield.
So our house was built in 1986. Yeah, the paint was starting to look a little worn. I decided I need to give Rhino Shield a call.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
The Rhino Shield crew was quite good, and the people were top-notch. I basically came home 2 days after they started it, and it was done.
And right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
Even now, when we're riding together, we come home, we're like, man, that looks great. And we've had compliments from friends that have been over and looking at it, and, you know, it just really looks awesome.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield. A luxury like no other. Every natural diamond from Williams Jewelers is one of a kind.
You see, your gift of a natural diamond began its journey over 3 billion years ago, over 100 miles deep within the earth.
Its beauty and brilliance today is matched only by its enduring value.
These timeless gemstones remain with us forever, passed down for generations as cherished family heirlooms. I'm Bruce Williams.
And I'm Steve Williams. Here at both Williams Jewelers, you'll find Colorado's most stunning collection of natural GIA-graded diamonds, each still hand-selected for maximum beauty and timeless value.
A natural diamond is a luxury like no other.
Remember, you can't buy a better quality diamond at a lower price anywhere in Colorado. That's the Williams Money Back Diamond Guarantee.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
Man, I am happy to tell you about the only realtor that made the cut for Team Dave Logan, and that is Troy Hansford. I recommend Troy because he's the only agent that will guarantee to sell your home at your price. 4433. Again, that's 720-900-4433. Troy Hansford with RE/MAX Professionals, a Colorado licensed broker. Some restrictions apply.
This is Dan Kaplis. Car crashes are a form of violence. Car crashes instantly shatter innocent lives. Our firm has a historically great record of achieving economic justice for the victims of motor vehicle crashes. We accept righteous motor vehicle crash cases on a percentage fee basis. If you need my help, please call 303-770-5551 or hit dancapleslaw.com. That's Dan, CAPLISlaw.com.
This report is sponsored by Audible.
The Arctic air is arriving tonight. Today we're going to be in the mid-40s, breezy. That snow arrives for later on this evening, 3 to 6 inches for the front range. I'm Box 31, Pinpoint Weather Team meteorologist Kylie Burst.
Tap into your well-being with Audible audiobooks, podcasts, and originals. Expand your life with expert insight and motivation for better health, habits, relationships, finance, and more. Start listening free when you sign up for a 30-day trial at audible.com.
KRFX HD2 Denver.
630 KHOW Denver. Listen on the free iHeartRadio app for all your music, radio, and podcasts.
iHeartRadio.
ABC News, I'm Brian Clark. The Attorney General says he welcomes this morning's Supreme Court decision upholding the law that bans TikTok in the United States on national security grounds. ABC's Devin Dwyer has more from Washington.
The justices explain at length how a law like this one meets a significant government interest of protecting the United States national security for a number of concerns over Chinese collection of Americans' data and also their alleged use of the platform to spread propaganda in the United States.
The ban will go into effect Sunday, but the statement says enforcement and implementation will fall on the next administration. President-elect Trump says he spoke about TikTok in his call this morning with Chinese leader Xi Jinping. President Biden also announced the Equal Rights Amendment should be considered a ratified addition to the Constitution, but the National Archives has previously said it did not take place before a congressional deadline. And better conditions in Southern California helping fire crews today. This is ABC News. A scathing Justice Department report about the Louisiana State Police.
Body-worn camera shows that after leading police on a pursuit, Ronald Green was pulled out of his car, punched and kicked by state troopers, one of whom called a friend afterward.
And then all of a sudden he just went limp. Yeah, I thought he was dead.
Green did die. The DOJ says Louisiana police routinely use excessive force. Current Governor Jeff Landry has rejected the report, saying it seeks to diminish the exceptionality of the LSP. Jim Ryan, ABC News.
Ozempic and Wegovy have been added to the list of 15 drugs that could cost less for Medicare patients. The outgoing Biden administration chose the drugs in the list, but said it will be up to the incoming Trump administration to set final prices during negotiations with drug companies. Also on the list, drugs to treat cancer, Trelegy Ellipta, which treats asthma, and Oxella, which treats arthritis. I'm Brian Clark, ABC News.
It only takes a minute to find out if you may have prediabetes, and you can do it at doihaveprediabetes.org. But you're probably not going to. Nope. I'm sure you've got a perfectly good excuse. Kids, work. I get it. You're busy. So what better time than now? Let's begin. Raise one finger if you're a man. Ladies, none yet. Oh, count in your head if you're driving. Now, 3 more fingers for everyone over 60, 2 over 50, 1 over 40. 1 more if you're not physically active. Another finger if anyone in your family has type 2 diabetes. Another if you've got high blood pressure. If you're overweight, raise another finger. 2 if you're very overweight. And 3 if you're really overweight. You've just taken the world's first audio prediabetes test. And if you're holding up 5 or more fingers, visit doihaveprediabetes.org or talk to your doctor. There's no excuse because prediabetes can be reversed.
Brought to you by the Ad Council and its pre-diabetes awareness partners.
KHOW News Time, 10:03.
Below zero temperatures this weekend means an increased chance for frostbite. UC Health says frostbite can set in within 10 minutes if temperatures are 5 below and the wind is 30 miles per hour. They see a lot of frostbite cases this time of year due to people spending too long outside without proper coverings. Dr. Genevieve Hillis tells Fox 31 people with frostbite may feel pain in their toes, fingers, nose, and exposed face.
And then afterward, the more dangerous symptom is when you start to go numb and you don't feel anything anymore.
Overnight lows in the Denver metro expected to be below zero Saturday, Sunday, and Monday nights. Denver firefighters will conduct a no-confidence vote on Chief Desmond Fulton and Deputy Chief Kathleen Vredenberg. Union leaders say they are upset the top commanders in the fire department were not punished for misusing comp time rules and getting paid extra at the end of the year. Mayor Mike Johnston says he fully supports Fulton and his leadership team. That's the latest. I'm Chad Bauer.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
No, we've had a crash southbound 25 at 84th involving a motorcyclist. It's not a serious accident. Right 2 lanes are blocked, though, and it looks like backup extends up past 104th Avenue coming out of North Glen and Thornton. Kind of keep to the left there, very sluggish. 270 westbound, the ramp to southbound Vasquez remains closed, has all morning long, all due to an accident involving a truck that rolled. Northbound 25 into downtown's better. We had a crash near Spear, but it's off to the shoulder. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
Kitchens, baths, counters and floors, and even replacement windows and doors, you have our word we'll treat you right at Done Right. Hi, I'm Todd Cicchini. You know, my dad started making that pledge in the radio when I was no more than 12 years old. He's taught me all my working life that what we do is not rocket science. Our success simply comes from treating people as we'd like to be treated.
And this is Dan Cicchini. Todd's totally correct. We know that you want a quality job at a fair price, you want good service and timeliness of completion, you want honesty, you want to feel comfortable, and you simply want to be treated well. That's what I'd want too.
And Dad, I know that's why we've done our best over the years to make their wants our objective.
You bet, Todd. So folks, if you're ready, we're ready to serve you. Whether it's a fresh new look in your kitchen or bath, or the warmth and quiet of replacement windows, call us. You have our word, we'll treat you right at Done Right. 303-722-2295, 800-362-8370, or drhi.com.
Address hair loss with the same simple one-day treatment I received. AdvancedHair.com.
He's tweeting about it.
Do you Twitter?
Follow the Troubleshooter at Real Tom Martino. And stay connected with all of Denver's talk station on Twitter.
Just give me your Twitter and I'll follow you.
Find us right now at 630 KHOW. Denver's talk station has your chance to win $1,000. Just enter this nationwide keyword on our website. Bank. That's bank. Enter it now at KHOW.com. Keep listening to win.
The only show of its kind. We're here to solve problems, answer questions, take complaints. Our goal in life, my goodness, make your life a little bit better. If you've been ripped off, maybe a bad contractor out there, maybe a bad landlord, man, we're starting to get a lot of calls. You know, COVID, the landlords really took it in the shorts, if you will, and now it's different. I mean, now if you don't pay, you get kicked out like it's supposed to be. But if your furnace isn't working or you've got some kind of scumlord, that's a whole different story. We love helping with that. In studio with me, Kevin Calkin, Sheridan Auto Tech. Kevin, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing great. Staying warm.
How's the week going over at the shop? Is it busy, slow? The cold weather's going to be great for you.
Cold weather's really going to help. It's a tweener. You know, we're just recovering. The holidays slowed everything way down.
Oh, my God, they did.
So,
everything.
It's picking up.
We're going into restaurants and stuff that Suzanne and I frequent a lot, and they're just empty right now. Yeah. I mean, it's really crazy. Everything is.
But it's super nice.
Oh, it is nice. Hey, I'm trying to get Suzanne to start opening the show occasionally. What do you think about that, Kevin?
Well, we were talking about that. I don't know if I could do it either.
Why?
Well, I could chit-chat with anybody, but to sit, I don't know how you guys talk for 4 hours.
Well, people don't know how I shut up for 10 minutes.
All you need is an ego like Mark has.
Well, it's kind of funny
I'm afraid I'm going to run out of things to say, Mark.
The first time I was thrown into it, I just kind of, you emulate what you heard. And back in the time, I listened to Peter Boyles. Growing up, I listened to this thing called TalkNet. Hey, Shannon, you've been around forever. Do you remember TalkNet? It had Bruce something, and then Sally Jesse Raphael, I believe, was her name.
That's way back.
Yeah, that's going way back.
Yep.
So growing up, I listened to those guys. I was probably the only kid. Everybody else was listening to G.I. Joe, but I listened to talk radio. When I met Suzanne, that's all I listened to.
And you're a talker, Mark. I'm not a talker.
Yeah, but it's kind of weird. You sit down with your sister, my God, you'll talk for 4 hours.
That's classified.
Well, maybe so. Boy, I'd hate to, if you broadcasted that, that would be interesting.
Yeah.
That would be like...
Make my sister call me on the show.
Can you imagine that? What a show that would be. All right, I'll always tell you when we got lines open, but 303-713-8255, we do have lines open right now. And Tommy's going to join us pretty soon. He had to take a phone call at the last second, so that's that. Deputy Doc with us. Like I said, Sheridan Auto Tech. Isn't Jeff coming in?
Yeah, he's just running a couple minutes late.
Yeah.
Right here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think you should open up.
I can try one of these days.
Yeah, we're going to have, I think John Fuller's going to be in for 1 hour next week. He's
I was
gonna,
planning on coming in.
Yeah, come in and sit with him. That'll be good. Yeah. And then, I don't know. It's not that, I don't know. I mean, you just talk. What else do you do? I'm just talking right now.
I'd love to do
You got to watch
day.
this. So you got to give the number out, 303-713-8255. See how I push the 7? 303-713-8255. I remember Howard Stern would used to, what was that station he was on where he would go, WNBC? They'd make him say that, and it drove him nuts.
Did you ever work with a script so you could remember phone numbers and different stuff?
What do you mean a script? You mean for like commercials?
Like notes on the side. So if you're going to give the you don't give your home phone number out or something.
No,
the number.
No, the one that sticks with me, 303 Martino, so easy.
Oh, yeah.
But 303-713-8255, and when I was doing KOA 20 years ago, it was 303-713... hold on, it's 8500. Is that right? 303-713-8500? 85. And the news might be 8500. I forget. One of them's like KOA News. But no, I never did. There was days, though, where I would go from that studio over to here.
What's that mean? You can't remember where you're at and what
Well, a lot's changed here. If you go into the KOA studio, it's like being in Trump Tower, where we're in Motel 6 over here. So there's a little bit of difference in it. I mean, there really is. I'm looking so forward, Kevin, to flying out Sunday to the inauguration.
It's going to be wild.
It's going to be so fun.
How many people are at the inauguration? Any idea?
I can tell you, it's going to be the biggest, biggest ever. More people than ever. Huge, great, and even better than great.
And 20,000 people are going to get frostbite.
If Biden had 1 million, Trump's going to have 8 million.
Hey, Mark, did you hear the latest?
Moved indoors?
Yes.
I don't know what what that sounds like to me? That sounds like to me I got to get up at 4 a.m. instead of 5 a.m. to get there.
Yep.
I mean, it really does.
I would bank on 3:30.
I emailed or I texted the guy I'm going with, Tracy. He got Mike and myself tickets, so Mike and I are flying out. Suzanne just wouldn't even go, would you?
Nope, too many people for me.
She wouldn't like
that. Being
that.
a concert, that's fine, but I went to that Trump rally out at the Gaylord back in October.
That's tough standing around that long. Yeah,
there's a lot. Tell me he's not like a rock star coming out though.
Yeah, he really is. It's a show.
It is a show. Kevin, when you're here on Car Day, 303-713-8255, what are your favorite calls to take, honestly? Like, are they, do you like the calls where more or less someone maybe bought a car from somebody or a dealership that really sucked? Or do you like more of the, hey, when I turn the key, it makes this sound?
Well, either way, I like helping people too. So, yeah. I mean, if somebody's in a jam with a repair or they feel like they're not being treated fairly, they just want a second opinion. I love giving second opinions.
So I've got one I'm trying to figure out how to handle. I talked to part owner yesterday.
Is that the Kia one?
Yeah,
Mark?
Kia.
Arapahoe,
So Arapahoe Kia. He was a really nice guy. He told me he was going to look into it and get back to me. But we got two different stories. So story one is from the caller. The caller says this. I brought in my 2013 Kia, I think it's a Forte or something, and it needs a transmission. So they brought it in. I had to pay $1,500 for them to order the transmission, kind of down payment. And the transmission came in, they put it in, and it didn't work. They said there's also a problem with the PCU, ECU.
TCM.
TCM.
Yep.
There's also a problem with the computer. So they sent him a text apparently, and it says, okay, you need a computer. And he says, okay, I guess so. He was upset at this point. Yeah. They sold him a transmission, and now that he didn't need, and now they're going to be selling this, but whatever for the time being.
Sure.
So they get that in, and it doesn't work.
Oops.
Yeah, so now we have, strike two.
Mm-hmm.
So I end up taking his call, and I meet him after the show. I think it was on a Friday, actually.
I remember that, yeah.
Oh, you were here, probably.
Yep.
Yeah, of course. So I go down to Arapahoe Key, and I meet the guy, and I talk to the sales manager. Or not sales manager, the service writer. So I'm talking to his service writer, and he's like, well, we put a transmission in, and it did need it, but it still needed something else. And so we sold him this. I said, wait a minute, but now neither of them are working. So what are you going to do next? So he tells me face to face. I'm right there at the counter. He tells me this. He goes, we're putting in a ticket with Kia, and we're kind of stuck on it. We're putting I think they called it an engineering ticket.
Sure.
And we're putting that in, and then he shows it to me on the guy's work order. Here's this ticket. We're waiting for them to get back. So, a long period of time goes by. Meantime, this guy hasn't had his car for probably 6 weeks, 2 months at this point. So he gets a call, and they say, well, that first transmission we put in wasn't good.
Mm-hmm.
So we ended up ordering in a different rebuilt and putting that in, and that one works, so the car's ready to go. You can come get it.
Mm-hmm.
But the problem was, on the ticket, they still had the TCM.
Which they shouldn't have.
That I don't think was needed.
Yep.
I'm going, why would you charge them for this? So they charged him $1,300 for that. Originally, the transmission installed was $3,200,
Yep.
Plus tax shop supplies.
Sure.
So it's like $3,500. But his bill now is like $4,500 because of this TCM.
And 2 months.
3 months.
Three. Yeah.
So it's been 3 months now. So I finally get through to the right people, and honestly, the service manager over at Arapahoe Key, I left multiple messages, not one call back. So I pulled out the big guns. I've been to the Rockies game and literally sat next to Doug. Deal and Doug owns it,
Yep.
And then he brings in managing partners that own a piece of it, and that's the guy that called me yesterday. I'm not going to bug Doug over something kind of silly like this. All I want is to understand why they're charging for this. So this guy tells me yesterday, and I don't know which is true, but he tells me the way those events went down are different than what the guy's telling you. So after this break, I'm going to tell you what the operating partner of Arapahoe Keo had to say.
Trust and Will knows that we'll all eventually need a will. How about right now? Trust and Will makes creating your will easy, like while you're lounging on the couch easy. Trust and Will is designed by attorneys but customized by you, and all documents are state-specific and secure. Find your plan at trustandwill.com and use offer code RADIO now for 10% off. That's trustandwill.com, offer code RADIO. Trust and Will is an online estate planning service. Visit trustandwill.com for details.
Mark Shemansky, the owner of Genesis Total Home Exteriors. I'll tell you, Mark, you've done a lot of work out at our house. Something you offered last time I talked to you, I don't know if you're still doing it, but I'll tell you this, you were doing it because of the cold weather. But I want to ask you, are you still doing that indoor stuff like the interior doors? You had a special, and I hate to say this, but it was like buy one, get one free on them.
Yeah, and, I'm still willing to offer that special with this cold weather. We need to put our guys to work, and, we do lots of different things inside, interior doors. You can replace your trim.
So basically it's getting rid of those, builder-grade doors for a lot of people. You could come in and do some really nice, harder, thicker, better-looking doors.
I tell you, it makes a huge difference in a home. If you have a solid core door compared to a hollow core, it just amazes me that people use when they build houses that are, $500,000 and up, and they have hollow core doors in them. They look cheap. They don't look great. You get a solid core door in there, Mark, and they're amazing. It just looks beautiful. It changes the look of your house.
Not only that, then you start thinking of the different hardware you can match with it. Then you're also doing those stair railings, getting rid of the old oak or whatever's there, and you can put in, a nice iron or a metal?
Yeah, the railing, just changing out your railings, it also is a great way to improve the look of your house. It truly, when somebody walks in the house and they see a metal railing, it just looks very classy, very contemporary, and just a beautiful, beautiful look inside your home.
And the other thing I always love talking about you, when you guys painted our house, I can't say enough about it, man. You guys painted our house over 5 years ago. The people at Genesis, Mark's had the same painting crew forever, and these guys just knock it out. Inside, outside, you want that perfect paint job. Ours is 5 years old, looks like they did it yesterday. On top of that, the stucco they offer as it gets a little warmer is unbelievable. In fact, you want your house to look brand new inside or out, you call Genesis. It's simple as that. Always free estimates, no matter what. And they'll come out, they'll talk to you, and they'll tell you how much. And you're going to love everything they do. They even do roofing. If there's a hailstorm out there when summer comes, they'll come out. They can give you a bid on everything, the siding, the windows, you name it. 303-679-8509. Call my friend up, Mark. 303-679-8509. I promise that. Buy one, get one free on those interior doors. Now's the time to do it when it's cold because that goes away. That's a real deal. Buy one, get one free. Replace all those old doors in your house. Make that house look brand new. Now, Retirement Center Planning of the Rockies. These guys have a unique, and I mean very unique, way to start talking about retirement. They just don't talk about different things like annuities. These guys talk about not just the income part, but the growth, the cash flow. How much do you need a month when you retire? Where should you take the money first? How about health care? What happens if your spouse still has health insurance through the company? What do you have to do there? Of course, your legacy. Maybe you're a small business owner, like a lot of people that listen to this show, and you want to figure out how to pass the business on to your kids. These guys handle everything. Retirement is more than managing investments. They can help you with Social Security. They can optimize all the benefits there, long-term care, estate planning. They talk about retirement as a whole. 970-663-3211 or rpcenter.com.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. Every day, ZipRecruiter helps people who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So
now, what I'm wondering is,
how was it?
So fun.
It's
YouTube.
It's very different than tennis, isn't it?
I don't play tennis. Yeah.
Very good question.
I didn't want to grace the tennis world with my expertise. So.
Tom, when he's at his house, controls all of that.
So now you can go out and play pickleball after 2 hours of.
Are we up on YouTube?
You got the basics down.
We have the basics down. Would you say we have the basics down, Mark?
No, we know the game.
We probably don't know like every tiny little rule.
I think we do.
But we've got it down, like 95%. So now I just got to have practice.
Now it's just playing.
Right.
Get that killer instinct.
It's like anything else. Actually, it's kind of funny, man. I haven't done it yet, but you can nail people, man. If they hit that ball too high, you can slam them.
Well, playing racquetball must be a definite advantage.
Any racket game.
Yeah.
Ping pong is probably the biggest.
But the thing with pickleball, Ken, is the ball has to bounce.
It's like a dead.
There's certain ways you can hit it from the air, but there's a lot of rules where it has to bounce first.
Right.
Which gives you the disadvantage of sort of. Would you say that's right, Mark?
It's just, it's different. To me, it's more like ping pong than anything.
Really?
Yeah. Not as quick. The ball is dead. It's a wiffle ball, man.
Is that what it is?
The bounce is like you could drop it from as high as you can hold it, and it's only going to bounce maybe to between your waist and knee.
Wow. But it could hurt somebody, right?
It's a wiffle ball
station. Online at khow.com.
Oh, is it
303-713-8255? We got lines open. 303 Martino. Anything you want to talk about? Anything consumer related, or pretty much anything? I'm going to talk about TikTok in a minute, but 303-713-8255. I pulled a Martino. I just actually opened the show for the last 20 seconds, but no one heard me. 303-713-8255. Any questions you have, anything you want to talk about, we'd love to hear from you. It's Friday here at the Troubleshooter Show. 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. I want to finish up my story on this, Kevin. And so after this guy drops it off, 3 months later, he picks it up. It appears as if they're charging him for a computer he doesn't know. So I finally get in touch with somebody. No offense to the operations of that store. I was very glad to hear from the managing partner. But My God, when you leave that many messages, and we're not on the air, so folks don't think we're calling up on the air going, come on. You know, I'm just leaving, hey, I'm trying to help this guy out. Can you give me a call back so I understand this? And remember, I was literally there in front of the service writer when the service writer was telling this guy he needed the computer, and they put it in and it still doesn't work, and they were going to put a ticket down. So ultimately yesterday I talked to the managing partner. Here's what he tells me. He says, well, my understanding of it is this. We put in the transmission, and his other one, he did need a transmission, but we put in the transmission, and we still needed to do the TCM. So TCM, I'll never forget. What is it? TCM.
Transmission Control Module.
Now I'll remember, TCM. So, but listen to this, man. He tells me they put it in, and the reason it needed a TCM and a transmission, now this is only according to a tech or...
Sure.
This, I don't know who told him this, but it's not him. He's not a tech.
Sure.
And he basically said, I was told it needed both because the TCM ruined the transmission because it was bad, or maybe it was that the transmission ruined the TCM. So when Jeff Vick comes in, I'm very curious, or maybe can a computer, I would think the computer could ruin the transmission, for example, not shifting right, telling it to go into third gear when it's in fifth gear and jumping fourth. But I don't even know if that's possible.
Sure, and that's all programming, but I mean, it would have to be some sort of a direct short in the transmission that would electrically fry a component in the computer.
So the transmission, so this is what I got to ask Jeff. If we look at the two old things, which I don't even know.
Sure.
First of all, it's impossible, and I'll tell you why. Because the original transmission, we're 3 deep now.
Yep.
The original transmission's already been cored.
Yep.
There's no doubt about it. And we know the second, his original transmission is cored. The second transmission that was no good, I'm sure was already sent back because that was under warranty for the dealer. And then the third one, so I don't think we'll ever see the parts. And if we did, my God, you would have to spend all that time putting them back into the car.
Forensics and everything on it, yeah.
Oh, you would spend way more than what the car was worth.
In my opinion, it's very, very unlikely.
And I'm hoping, so this guy was going to look into it and call me back. Look, man, when Jim and Andy ran, they used to be in here on Car Fridays. You've met them numerous times.
Yeah.
When these guys were running Dealing Doug's store in Colorado Springs before he sold it, the Dodge, Colorado Springs Dodge, we never had a problem. In fact, if we ever had any other issue, including this Kia store, those guys would make a call for us. And, you know, I'm not saying they're wrong in this. Sure. I'm saying it doesn't smell right no matter what.
Yep.
So I'm hoping they get it figured out. But here's the deal, man. I'm hoping to hear back from them. I'm hoping to update this guy. And I just don't know what else to say. My gut says, because I was there in the chain of events, this partner is telling me don't match up.
Yep.
Because I was literally in front of his sales guy.
Well, how did they diagnose the TCM in a bad transmission if the first one was bad?
No idea.
That's what it doesn't sound right.
It doesn't sound right at all. But I'm hoping we get this worked out for the guy. This guy doesn't have a lot of money, but even if he did, I mean, it's the principle of the matter.
Sure.
And I have a feeling once they program those, I don't know, when a dealership buys something, and I'll go to the phones in a second. We have 2 lines open now, 303 Martino. But when a dealership, did you ever work in a dealership?
Yep. Yeah, I did.
Yeah. So when the parts people order a TCU or a TCM, or if they order any form of computer for the car or module, can they return those back, or are they stuck? Because when I had my Goodyears, if we ordered a computer, it was our computer.
No,
so if it didn't fix it...
They have test modules all over the dealership.
So okay, I got you.
Yep.
It's different than when you have your own. Is it still the same if you order a TCM from a dealership for one of your customers, you own it?
I own it. Every once in a while I can get away with sending it back, but we don't try.
Yeah, it's just not even worth it. Hey, LJ, what's going on with this water heater?
Well, New Year's Eve, I had no hot water, so we found out that it was the control valve just based off of the air. So I had somebody come out around the 2nd of January and put in a new control valve. Shortly after that, we started seeing red water coming out of the faucets when we're running it hot.
Wow.
So I went down and drained the hot water heater, and
How
then
old
kind
is
of
it?
did the little 4 years old.
Okay.
And so it's a brand new house, has the PEX plumbing, and so drained the water heater. I didn't put in an anode because I thought just based off of the draining the water heater would work. But now it's not as reddish. It's like a clay color, if you will.
But you're saying none of this. So when this control valve went out, and by the way, for people listening, I mean, that basically regulates the flow of gas or coolant or whatever through the water heater. I assume yours is a gas control valve?
That's correct.
I have no idea why that would turn that water red, but you self-diagnosed that. That was the only problem at the time, right? So you had a fault, like the light was blinking 4 times or whatever, and you looked it up, it was a control valve.
Yep, that's correct.
Was there anything else? Hold on. Was there anything else going on? Was there any symptoms besides the light blinking? Was it not producing hot water?
That's correct, yeah. So the kids woke up New Year's Eve and had no hot water. So we had to wait because New Year's Day was closed, so we didn't have any hot water until the 3rd or the 4th of January when they came in and replaced the valve.
Man, that's an absolute trip. Let's get on. So at this point right now, I mean, till this day, if you run hot water on this 4-year-old water heater, you're actually getting a red tint to the water.
Yeah, so if I put, the way we looked at it was...
I don't think a diode would do that either, unless you have some crazy minerals. Here's what I want to do. Let's get Paul the Waterman on. I want to talk to Paul for 2 reasons. I'd call a normal plumber, if you will, but this is a little outside of that. Hold on, man. I'm going to get one of our experts on, because if anybody's seen this before, it's going to be Paul. And then Truman, you hold tight. 2 lines open, 303-713-Martino. Yeah, I'm a little irritated because I was literally there when that guy was going over where they were at that time, and there was nothing about it needed everything.
Because they should have been able to see that when they programmed it after the transmission. If the TC
Andy told me what to do, though, to find out the real...
Yep.
VesteraTurnkey.com if you want to get into the rental business and rent out a unit that you own. These are the guys that can help you. They're going to find a great house somewhere across the country in a great booming area, an area that's going to grow so that house appreciates in value. They're going to find someone to manage the property for you. You're going to collect rent on it, and they're going to do all the work. Simple as that. You'll cash flow immediately. You own it. The deed is in your name. It's all yours. You can sell it whenever you want. Then, as it appreciates and you want to sell it and take the big profit, or maybe you want to rent it out for a while, they'll help you with that. They do it all. These guys have turned $200,000-$300,000 investments people into millionaires. Simple as that. They've been around 20, 30 years. Barry and the guys are great. And that's about it. I don't know how else to talk to you about it. I mean, these guys are the real deal. VesteraTurnkey.com. Hey, Kelly, do you know that guy's name? Oh, she's not there, is she? Oh. The
rabbit.
Oh, you're going to replace her $8 mic?
This was probably in Wendy O. Williams at a concert.
Fisher Price.
It is.
Oh, so much better.
Anybody remember Wendy O. Williams?
Jeff!
Yes, ma'am.
How's your leg, man? How's your legs?
Do you want your sock back? Okay. No, it's actually kind of taped on there.
Okay.
Hey, Jeff.
Thank you.
Now they've got, since I was able to do that and control the pain that way, they've just got me on hydrochloroquine, which is, I mean, typically a malaria drug.
Wow.
But it works for arthritis, and so
Does it give you a buzz or no buzz?
No, but I tell you what, it's about 4 to 6 weeks worth of fucking diarrhea while you get used to it.
Where we having arthritis really bad?
It's mainly in my legs. So.
Hey, Kelly, get on Paul the Waterman ASAP, please.
Wow.
It was twice it knocked me out. Couldn't walk.
Kelly. Paul the Waterman, please.
Now she has her headset on.
Can you hear me, Kelly? Of course not. Of course not.
Texted him. He's not texting me back, and his cell is going straight to voicemail.
Then let's try George, or no, he's an electrician by trade.
Plumline?
Yeah, let's get Bob at Plumline or one of his master plumbers on. Call Bob, and we'll see where that goes. Bob. Do you know, Bob, you can spell forwards and backwards, and it's the same word?
It's a palindrome.
Like dad?
Yeah.
Zero res.
Retard just turned on his mic again.
You can't turn the mic on, Doc. Doc, you turned the mic on when you said that.
I thought we were on.
Yeah. Shannon's.
At least I didn't say anything bad.
This time.
Dipstick.
Dipshit.
Dipstick.
He didn't say dipstick.
I did.
There is a medical reason why he does it, but god damn it.
Yep.
Fucking old. I mean, I was raised by my grandmother, so I like the elderly, but fuck!
Yep. He's still bitching at you, Doc.
Who is?
Shannon. You can't hear him.
You
don't want to hear him.
Chat at him.
Not bitching at him. Like I say, I understand.
He's got to do. You got to understand, Doc. He's got to do a full report. He's got to write the whole thing, submit it to engineering, who's got to submit it to them.
No, I don't.
And then they see the name Doc again.
One finger. I got a one-finger report. Here you go.
No. Oh, then you got to send it over there to corporate? Holy shit, I didn't know you had to send it to corporate iHeart. That's crazy.
And then to Trump.
Trump gets it? Trump gets a copy of this for the FCC? There was nothing like when I hit the mic in the middle of a break and said, fuck.
Well, you came on right from home.
Was that you or was that Dragon?
No, I think it was me because we came on. You thought we were still in the break, right?
This was Dragon. You're thinking of a different time.
You thought we were still in the break, and you started talking to Tom, and you said, well, I don't know about this fucking guy, Tom. He goes, what did you just say?
Tom cussed the other day for the first time I ever heard. I don't think it was his first time.
It seems to be more... Hey, what is the deal that Bob needs to know? Should he get someone else on? It's
red water.
Tell him a water heater. They replaced the control valve because it wasn't heating water. And ever since then, hot water in the entire house is red.
Hot water in the house is red. There we go. Thank you.
After replacing that part. And also tell him, hey, what's up?
Did somebody, cut themselves putting the valve in?
That's a lot of blood.
K-How.
Man, I'm trying to get to the bottom of this mystery. We're going to talk to some different plumbers. We're going to talk to Bob Logan, but basically LJ called in. He had a control valve replaced because the hot water heater wasn't working. It was only 4 years old. I mean, it's a pretty new water heater. He also drained it and filled it. But after doing all that stuff, well, before he drained it and filled it, and I'm pulling up Bob Logan with Plumline. Hey, Bob, what's going on, man? How are you doing, sir?
I'm doing well, Mark. How are you today?
I'm doing good. So after this guy gets a control valve installed by some company, and the water heater starts working again, it's heating up water, there's no problem. What happens is the water is red. Let me lock you in. Hey, LJ, before you drained and filled it, how red are we talking? I mean, give me an idea, like a couple drops of red dye into a bottled water?
No, well, I'll give you our son plays baseball, so when he slides in that red clay dirt, he soaks his clothes, and it's that red.
Got it.
It was, you could see it, it's transparent, but it was red, like as if you were soaking dirty clothes.
And then, Bob, after he drains it and fills it, hey, how long was it sitting there broke, by the way, LJ?
About 3 or 4 days.
So prior to that, there was no red at all, anywhere?
No.
So, Bob, no red at all. He drains it and fills it. And now it's not as red by any stretch, but it's still got a tint of red to it. What the hell how could a control valve, I don't think a control valve would have anything to do with that, right? I mean, what do you think, Bob?
No, a control valve wouldn't have anything to do with that. Is he on a well by chance?
No, we're City of Thornton Water. We have a water softener from the Water Pros attached, which we've had for a couple years. I agree. I don't think it's the control valve. The only thing I can think of is when the guy changed it, he didn't drain it all the way. He was fast enough he drained a little bit, right, got it low, put the new valve in, some water came out. So I don't know if that got anything off the bottom, but I drained it and got a lot of sediment out.
But guys, why, if there was no redness prior to that, only 3 days before, whether he drained any of it out to do the control valve or all of it out, where the hell did the red come from?
Well, it could be from the sediment that was in the bottom of the tank, Mark, that got mixed up and now it's just settling.
I see what you're saying. So, Bob, when a hot water heater is up and functioning for years in your house, all that sediment's going to go to the bottom. But when this guy possibly drained some of it, not all of it, installed the new valve, fired it back up, it started filling itself back up to the top, kicks on the gas, it could have mixed all together, and now you have the red.
Yeah, that's my thoughts. So my suggestion, like, how long has this been going on?
Like for 4 years, Bob. Is that right?
No.
Oh, I thought he said 4 years.
No, that's how old the water heater is. The issue's been going on since we replaced it, and so I have to put a new anode in anyway. That was one of the other things I was going to try to do. I don't have any issues draining it, and when I drained it, the initial, I would say 5 or 6 gallons, maybe 5 gallons, had that redness to it when I was draining it. But then I sat there for quite a while. Once it was completely empty, turning on the cold water, having it kind of disrupt whatever was at the bottom. And I did that on and off for about an hour. Fill it for about 10 seconds, drain it, fill it for another 10, drain it. And I did that I started at 6 in the morning, was done right before the Bronco game.
Hey, Bob, is there any way on these water heaters, like, I'll give you an idea of what I'm asking. On our bus, when we want to clean out the gray tank or the black tank, we can basically hit a certain button, it'll redirect the water, and it'll spray around inside the tank for a while and just clean the heck out of it, man. Do water heaters have any place you can connect a hose or do something to where they're going to clean themselves and then you can drain it?
No.
Nothing.
So I mean, again, my would just be to, try to drain it again and then go to use it. So chances are, if your water filter is working properly, you're not on a well, and it happened, and it's just short term, I would just continue to run it, and it should clear up over time. It might take, again, if that sediment is kind of floating around in there, it might take a little while for that to settle, but again, that's about my only guess there.
Yeah, what else could it be? I never thought about that with the sediment. I have never. We've owned homes for 30 years, and I've never had red water.
Yeah.
No, it's nuts, man. But, okay, I mean, I appreciate that. That makes a lot of sense. In fact, it's very logical, too. He's just got to continue to, drain it, fill it back up, drain it, fill it back up, run some water, and it is going to go away. But you're kind of, it is interesting with a water system in there as well. I wonder why the water system, and that would be a question for Paul, why the softener isn't helping out with this.
Well, and it should. Again, there's a difference between a filter and a softener.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure what he has installed there. And,
yeah, that's true.
And of course, those should be coming in before the water heater. If it was installed after the water heater, it's not going to do any good. And so, it's hard to say. But the other possibility, my plumber said, but I don't think this is it because he would have having these challenges before, is that if it was installed using fittings, the wrong fittings that allowed electrolysis to happen, then that could cause a similar problem.
How much do you guys, typically speaking, how much do you guys charge if this guy called you up directly over at Plumbline Services and said, here's what's going on? How do you guys typically charge for a plumbing service call? And the reason I ask that is not just for this call. Over the next 3 days, there is so many people that aren't going to simply undo the hose from the hose bib outside, and they're going to have frozen and broken pipes and everything. Typically speaking, maybe not on an emergency when it's below zero for 3 days, but typically speaking, what do you guys charge to put a licensed plumber into a truck and send them out for a diagnosis?
Well, the price is the same regardless of whether it's freezing weather or not. It's $49 for normal hours. It's $200 after hours. But and when they get there, they'll do a visual diagnostic of everything. They'll ask you the questions. They'll run through some tests, do a visual diagnostic. If, like, for example, on a pipes frozen or something like that, if they got to start opening drywall or doing further diagnosis, they'll go over those charges. But just get a professional there and get their eyes on
$49.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't beat that. Plumbline Services, you see these guys everywhere. I think in fact, you guys are the largest home services company in Colorado, aren't you, Bob?
We are now, Mark, yeah.
Wow.
Impressive. It was always just to be the best, and over the last 5 years.
One follows the other, though. When you are set out to be the best, not necessarily the biggest, most of the time you become the biggest because you set out to be the best.
Well, I think that's what's happened, and we're certainly not perfect, but we strive for perfection.
Hey, and I'll give your phone number out at the end for people, but one question for everybody listening. What's the number one call you get after we have 3 days, like literally below zero? We're talking -10, 15, just extreme cold for a long period of time. Is the number one call broken pipes? And I assume what happens is they're still frozen, but they're not getting any water. I mean, what is that number one call in this kind of cold?
You're exactly right. So the first thing that's going to happen is the pipes are going to freeze and you're not going to have water. And chances are if that happens, that freeze broke the pipe someplace, and then after it starts thawing, it's going to start flooding someplace.
Somewhere. So you better be really careful.
So I would recommend, like you said, make sure your hoses are disconnected. Over the next several days, open up the cabinets underneath the sinks. Especially if they're on an outside wall, allow that warm air to come in from the house so cold air is not trapped in there. Maybe even Sunday night, Monday, when it's going to get to single digits, just drip your faucet. Turn the hot water on just as a drip.
Got it.
Keep that warm water flowing through there.
And then hose bibs. My God, if you have a hose connected outside, disconnect it.
Yes, because not only are you going to get the flooding on the outside, but that's going to break it on the inside, and you're going to it's going to flood your house.
And I'll tell you something else people should do, Bob, big time. They should go figure out where their shutoff is if they don't know. If you don't know where the main shutoff is, you better go find it, because if you got water flying out from under the kitchen sink all of a sudden and you got to go Google or try to figure out where it is, you need to do that. You need to know where the hell it is.
That's right. Every house has one main shutoff, typically in your basement, that'll shut off the water to the entire house. And to your point, if your pipes freeze or if they're if you're not getting water, that means your pipes are frozen.
Yep.
Shut that valve off so that when they do thaw, you're not flooding your house, and get a professional plumber out there ASAP.
All right. Hey, Bob Logan, PlumlineServices.com. Great people. They've been out. They have done a lot of work for me. Over the years, quite a bit of work. They've actually helped me out a lot. 303-586-1086. Write that number down now, man. That cold weather's coming, and listen to all the advice we just gave you. 303-586-1086. PlumlineServices.com. I got to take a break. We're going to come back to Truman. I hope he helped you out there, LJ. Just continue to flush it. I learned something on that as well. And then we're going to have 3 lines open. 303 Martino, 303-713-8255. And Jeff Vick joins us as well.
Our mountain house got down to 28 below zero on Monday.
Yeah.
Where your mountain house is? Well, here it's going to be at least 10, right? Negative 10?
I think so, yeah.
That's what they're saying, yeah.
I remember last year we hit negative. Didn't we hit negative 15? I think it was last year.
Yeah, we missed that because when that cold came through last year, it didn't hit the western slope when we were over there.
Well, according to this
it was
weather
so
thing,
cold.
According to the it's only going to go down to 10 degrees.
I'll be shocked.
10. That's during the day.
Not in Franktown.
What's
in
Franktown
Denver.
today?
This is just Denver.
Oh, okay.
We're in that Palmer Divide, too. If it gets windy, man, that's like negative 30 with wind chill.
How much snow are they expecting?
Hold on.
6 to 10.
Really?
It's easy snow, too. It's so cold.
That's leaf blower snow.
Red Rocks Roof and Solar. Brooke knows how to find the grant money for you if you have a commercial project. I want you to remember this. She can find the grant money. She can find the tax credits to where that system could be 100% paid for with the tax credits and grants. Zero out of cost, out of pocket. You're going to love her. Talk to her about any commercial solar project. I promise she's going to save you so much money, if not get the entire thing paid for. Maybe a duplex or a quadplex, an apartment building. Maybe you got a barn on your property that's a shop, that's part of your business. Any commercial property, redrocksrs.com. They also do everything else when it comes to solar. They can repair whatever you have, whether you bought it from them or not. They can sell you a system for your house. They do everything. redrocksrs.com. And The Art of Granite, Mitch Floria, he transformed our bathroom to the most beautiful bathroom out there. We have the most gorgeous countertops now in our bathroom. We picked out quartz for in there. He came in, he redid everything, the windowsills around the bathtub, of course, around the sinks. It's just gorgeous. Brand new sinks as well. If you want to transform either that kitchen or bathroom or the laundry room, call Art of Granite. They can give you a bid right over the phone, and if they don't have the exact material you want, the quartz or whatever hard surface you want, he'll let you use his wholesale account at all the wholesalers and go pick out whatever you want. TheArtofGranite.com, TheArtofGranite.com.
How many people expected at the inauguration? How many people?
More, twice as many as Biden and Obama put together. It's going to be the biggest, best crowd that has ever been there. It's also going to be the coldest and the warmest and the hottest and the wettest.
And it'll be beautiful.
It's going to be beautiful.
She's in with already.
Reagan or Kennedy have a really cold inauguration?
Only
I don't know.
Only 220,000 tickets will be distributed, so you're one of 250,000.
Damn, now I feel cheap.
And then between
I feel like a Russian
300
hooker.
and 600,000 to attend. Oh,
there'll be, well, maybe not with the weather. It's easy. How many did Obama get and double it? That's how many is going to be there.
You're not going to get to see Nancy.
You know, I was hoping to see Michelle and Nancy.
Yeah, I thought you would.
We'll hang out in the men's room.
So Pelosi's not going?
Nope.
We are a media outlet.
They're such babies.
And who's the...
They're the biggest babies ever. Trump goes to anything. Trump would show up.
AOC's not going.
Who?
AOC.
AOC.
Oh, of course.
She probably wasn't invited.
Mark gets to see Kid Rock.
Kid Rock!
Carrie Underwood.
I don't
Lee
think I know
Greenwood.
one Kid Rock song, do I?
Oh, you do, yeah.
I'm a cowboy,
You used to
baby.
love singing that Sheryl Crow Kid Rock duet.
Oh,
Picture. On your picture.
How did
today.
it go?
I
saw your picture
something about-
today.
There's some cab fare on the dresser or something like that. I can't remember.
Cab fare on the dresser.
You guys are
I
supposed
used to like
you
angry
guys are supposed to
chick
get down to
music.
about -4.
Where? In Franktown?
-4? Yeah.
Oh,
That's when I go
I'll be
outside
alone.
Anything below
in my
Not
shorts.
negative weather, because he's going to be gone.
Dare you to get the mail naked.
If no one would see it. I mean, it doesn't. I live.
That cold, nobody's seen it anyway.
That cold, no one would see anything.
Okay,
Shrinkage.
on
Yeah.
Sunday
The
it's going to be
turtle.
-5 with a high of 16.
It probably. You know what? -5, you would
Franktown.
turn into an innie.
Monday, -3 with a high of 8.
Where is this, in D.C. or here?
No, in Franktown,
what
where
is
I live,
DC?
10. DC, I have that for you. Washington, D.C. You're going to be
Monday.
a high of 23 on
Yeah, I'm
Monday.
packing like winter shit. I'm gonna have my long johns. I'm gonna have my fucking hat with the flaps.
You know, they have those new vests.
Which app do you use?
That have heat.
What's that?
Which app do you use?
Vests.
That's kind of cool.
Have you seen
Apple
those?
Weather.
Where they have them,
I
like
don't-
Costco
what do you
or
use?
Yeah,
What do you
Milwaukee.
use?
Weather Underground.
Home Depot,
it an
Milwaukee
app?
makes electric
Have you
jackets.
tried one? I mean, they might be weird.
See, I don't get cold, so that would kill me.
It would be
I wonder if
great to
Apple has
ski.
it.
My buddy Mike only wears shorts. I've seen
You
this
find it
guy
pretty
in pants
accurate?
maybe one time.
Do you find it pretty accurate?
So I'm dying to. He's like a UPS driver.
Weather?
I mean, he'll show up. It'll be
Underground.
20 degrees out, and he's outside smoking his ciggies.
It's like this guy over here.
Yeah, Jeff always
I
wears
walk my dogs every morning wearing shorts. Yeah.
Kevin, I've said it for many years. One of the perks of
You know,
being
you get to
tubby is I'm
negative
always
15.
warm.
If you went outside
Exactly.
and urinated, would it freeze before it hits the ground?
Oh, here
You
we
ever
go.
done that with hot water?
Continue.
That would, yeah, that's true. That
Do you
does.
pay for it, or you
take
just
the
use the
hot
free
water,
version?
throw it, and it
What's that?
instantly
No, I use the
freezes.
free version.
Yeah.
Currently, search for location, Franktown.
What are you searching for?
He turned me on to another weather app to try.
Weather
So,
Underground.
Just trying it. Franktown.
You think you'll have that truck off? If you don't, I'll do it a different day.
Probably.
Okay, cool. I just want to run it up. I've got
We
two
ran
hunks
over
of
a
plastic.
rock in the snow, and then there's plastic
Like
pieces.
one's about this big,
You hear?
and one's this big.
It was all clunk clunk. We were like, oh my
We hit a
god!
rock and
right
it
in our
knocked out.
cul-de-sac.
There's a cover under the Tesla. I'm sure covers
Here you
that
go.
battery that runs all the way.
630 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
All right, 303-713-8255. We got one line open. We've got a lot going on. By the way, this hour brought to you by Frank Duran, the real estate man. He has saved me so much money. You know, some people, when you talk about him, you can make it real easy. He's the best realtor out there. You don't believe me? Go look at his stats. He sells more homes. Ready for this? More homes in 1 month than most realtors in Colorado sell in 14 months, over a year. Think about what I just said. And he sells them for more money. So you want the best, you forget about all the rest, and you go to frankduranhomes.com. I promise you'll love Frank. In fact, just sit down with him. If you're in a contract with him and you don't like him, he'll let you out. Ask your realtor if they'll let you out of a contract. I tell you what they're going to say. Of course not. It's a contract. Frank is an honest shooter. This man, I promise you, will let you out of the contract if you want out. He's also going to stage your house and, more importantly than anything, get you the most amount of money or save you the most buying a new house. FrankDuranHomes.com. Now, someone's got something nice to say about Kevin. Uncle Kevin, Sheridan Auto Tech. Hey, Truman, what did Kevin do for you guys over at the shop?
Well, I called in a few weeks ago, and I was having a stutter in my 2018 Silverado in the transmission, and he told me about there was a problem with the transmission fluid that they put in at the factory. So I went to the dealership. They said they never heard of such a thing, so I took my truck over to Sheridan Auto Tech. They took care of me. My truck's running beautiful.
What was it?
I just want to thank him. It was the transmission fluid, evidently.
Yeah, we just changed the fluid out.
So wait a minute. He had the wrong fluid in?
It's just different. It's not necessarily wrong. We just
But what
we
did
put
it make it
better
do?
fluid.
Torque converter clutch chatter.
Torque converter clutch chatter. It was
So you could literally hear it.
No, you feel it.
You feel, what's it feel like, a vibration?
Yep, exactly.
So, but then you switch to it. Is it a heavier fluid?
No, just different mobile one. Just a different,
And then it's
fluid.
gone.
Yep.
In most cases, as long as the converter hasn't been damaged, yes.
God, that's incredible. Hey, Truman, we appreciate that, and I know Kevin does.
Yep,
Hey,
appreciate
Bethel has a problem getting her landlord's license. I assume that's going to be Denver or Boulder or somewhere. We'll dig into that. We'll get one of our experts up if we need them. I got a few lines open. 303 Martino. Time to get your call in right now. 303-713-TALK.
Have you made your favorite?
Yeah, the dealer never heard of that.
BS. The TSBs originally came out from the for God's sake. Never.
We're getting some complaints about the vibrating tranny and the wrong fluid conversation.
What is unless cows? What the hell's that mean?
Calls, unless he gets a call.
Oh, got it.
I think that's what he meant to say. Our son moved to Scotts Bluff. He's back with his old company.
What's that?
Okay. Yeah. So we've been discovering Scotts Bluff.
God, it's tiny.
Oh, it's a cold town.
It is his store now.
Hey, he's closer to home.
He's literally running that store, and it is the most profitable, the most revenue store in the entire state.
Wow.
Yeah, it's fucking
And
crazy.
if he needs a shirt ironed, I can be right there now.
There you go.
Yeah.
Money better if is he managing the store? Or
he's so...
He's managing, he's store lead, but there's no store manager right now.
So he's managing the store.
He's an acting store manager, if you will. But
it's so hard
that
to
could
retail
change.
And where is he again? What
Scotts
city?
Bluff now. We just moved him
Scottsbluff.
there, yeah.
That's a decent city.
Well, we helped him move
They're
there.
managers now. There's some managers here in Colorado that'll make $500,000 this year.
Yeah.
The stock is crazy.
Yep.
I think 40, maybe 40,000 in stock a year, plus your other benefits. And let's say your salary's $175, your bonus can be up to $100.
Wow.
So you could bonus out $275 plus the stock options.
$275 in Scottsbluff is about $1 million in Denver.
It is.
Dude,
You're right.
it is
Ken.
so cheap up
You're
there.
right.
Yeah.
So his apartment, it was built in 2016. Listen to this: 2-bedroom, huge family room, 2
Decent
bath,
kitchen.
decent kitchen. I mean, it's a 2-bedroom apartment, probably 1,000+ square feet.
2-bed bathroom.
So water, utilities,
Internet.
everything included, everything. Wow. And it was brand new
But he
carpet.
has no garage.
No
That's
garage.
the only thing.
$1,250 a month.
And no storage, really. There's no...
No, there's no garage. There's no
like,
storage.
So, but yeah.
$1,250 bucks a month.
Is there a common storage place?
Yeah, he could buy one, but he doesn't need one.
Yeah.
That second bedroom is his storage.
Right.
He doesn't have a kid or anything.
Is Ohio Governor DeWine?
He keeps his ladies in the other room.
Oh, my God.
I have mine tied up in my second bedroom.
That I don't doubt.
You shouldn't say that, Doc.
But he's there
They're still investigating.
I don't think, since he's been out there, which is coming up on a month, I don't think there's been one day he's been at home. So the store manager retired he got there. The store manager was on vacation for a week. So he ran the store for a week. Store manager gets back, and he retired. And now, Miles has been running, but he loves it. Absolutely loves it. He did not like Hobby Lobby.
Hoblob wasn't his thing.
He did not like Hoblob. Tracy's trying to find out how.
In
this
Scottsbluff,
moving
you
at
just
the
have to
indoors
watch
is
out
gonna
for
affect my life.
exploding sugar
Hey,
silos.
Tracy, if you're listening, he lives in Washington, or is it Virginia? He's right across the border.
They technically live in Virginia, but they're
That's what I
like
thought.
20 minutes from D.C.
Yeah, they're 20
right
minutes from
across the street. You have Alexandria. And,
That's it. They're right by
Yeah.
Your uncle lives in Alexandria.
Got it. So, hey, Tracy, if you're listening, he listens every day. I expect you to carry my coat and stuff because if it gets too hot, I don't want to carry it.
We got
Would you carry my coat if you were there, Jeff?
If you've got a Sherpa, why would you?
We got a call off the air confirming that
realize we're
DeWalt
Scottsbluff.
and Milwaukee jackets. Oh, he doesn't have.
No, it's close.
But it's further north. I was picturing somewhere around, just north of North Platte.
In the Tesla, we can be there in under 3 hours.
Yeah.
No problem.
Do you go up through Fort Collins and go, or how do you go?
We've done both ways. So you can go up basically all the way to Cheyenne, and then you cut over. Or there's like, I don't even know what that would be, almost by, what's
Grange or something like
and
that.
you kind of go diagonal, but it's kind of by Bucky's, and you start
by
cutting around
Greeley,
Bucky's.
and yeah. We accidentally coming back, ended up on those back roads. That was a long freaking day.
Yep.
We were behind 4 semis on those back state roads up there.
Yeah, one lane in each direction. Yeah.
I mean, and what was it? The fog was intense.
You know, it's like driving back, when I drove back from L.A., you make one turn. You take Route 10, and then you make a left turn and take up 25.
No.
So you're going 1,700 miles, and it's one turn.
Yep. And you won't be too far from daughter while she's up in Laramie. That's only for the next 4 or 5 months. But
They are pretty close. So he'll have no problem going to Addie's graduation.
he should have no issue.
I can't believe we're going to have an attorney
Testing 1, 2,
at the
3,
age of
4.
23
Testing.
years old and a fucking what?
Testing
Or
1, 2.
22.
She'll 23. There's Tommy.
She'll barely
She takes the bar in July.
It's crazy.
And
So now I can really go ape shit.
I was going to say that.
This is it, man. You think I came after the bad guys before? You just wait now.
I'm going to stick my daughter on you. She's scary.
She's going to stop taking your calls.
She already does, Kevin.
Adeline, listen. This son of a bitch flipped me off on the way to work. I got all his information through my DMV connection.
Yes, Todd, it's
I want you to sue him.
Torrington. That's what it was.
For emotional distress.
Emotional damage. Tom, are you joining us?
Yes, sir. I'll be opening the show, and then Mark can take the lead.
Tommy.
What?
Tommy, well, if you're opening it, why am I taking the lead?
Well, what I mean is, if I need to step away, I just need you to be there at all times. We're going to all talk.
Sound like you got a little bit of a cold.
Yeah.
Keep your listening ears on.
Did you pick up a cold?
I don't know.
Well, you've
actually.
been sniffling the whole time. 'cause
I wouldn't
they
be
did all that
surprised.
coke in
Just-
the 80s.
So Addie had a cold. She was in Mexico for a week, had a cold the whole fucking time.
She came back not feeling
Excuse me,
good.
this is a new kinder, Mark. The whole freaking time.
Oh,
It's new for 5 minutes.
No, I decided someone... What was that comment I got last week? I'm too what?
you fucking
Vulgar.
cuss too much.
No, it wasn't that. It was a different comment.
Crass?
No.
Oh.
Anxious? No.
No, it wasn't anxious. What was it? You said it made him anxious, but you were too.
I made him anxious.
Oh my god!
What the hell did he say, Tom? You heard it.
It wasn't high strung. It was.
Then I started yelling at him.
Intense.
Intense.
Wow,
Intense. There you
Mark
go.
gives great advice, but he is just too intense.
Oh, yeah.
What the hell do you mean I'm too intense?
What the hell are you talking about?
I'm never
You
telling
bastard.
So that first hour, I was very
I'm never
laid back.
telling
That
you.
was laid back Mark.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Here to help you solve problems, answer questions, take complaints, make your life a little easier. As you can see, if you are streaming, I got my uglies in the studio. And one pretty.
Thank you.
One pretty. You figure it out. The rest uglies. In
I
fact,
can't believe you're calling Suzanne ugly.
in fact, Jeff
I can't believe he's exposing his uglies.
Vick should
Yeah, you put those uglies away.
Vick should switch places with Suze at this point because there's too much Jeff, not enough Suze. But it's okay. Anyway, and then I wouldn't be laughing, Kevin. Okay, never mind. Sorry. 303
I just thought of that,
825. Now, guys, I know you didn't discuss this a lot, and I'm going to go to Bethel, of course, because calls always take precedent. So I'm going to do that, and then I am just shocked. Do you realize this is the first time in history? It will be the first time in history when a public forum of some kind has been shut down in America. You know, they've been doing that all over the country, all over the world, like in China and
TikTok,
Russia.
right?
Yeah. It's major to me. And I'm of the thought that, complete and open, except that I don't take into consideration something I may or may not know. And see, they're not saying they're shutting it down because of the expression on there. That has nothing to do with it, not the content. They're saying it's a spy app, but what could it possibly gather that would help, that would be against, you know what I'm saying? I just don't understand it.
Can I join in there?
Yeah, go ahead. What are they afraid of?
Well, they're afraid of everything. The amount of information that TikTok grabs, TikTok knows everything. If that app is running, which on most people that have it, it's running everywhere. They know where you go. They know your location. They know how long you hang out at the bowling alley. They know what restaurants you go to.
What is that going to do?
They know what kind of car you drive.
So does Google Maps, as far as that's concerned.
Yeah. Well, so
Say that
here's
again,
what
Jeff.
I want to know.
Google
What
Maps.
will that do?
A lot of them do. But wait, Jeff, that's a perfect example. So does Google Maps, but so does Tesla if you have a Tesla. But the Chinese government doesn't have access to Google Maps. That's the difference. They know where everything is going on. Then what happens is, say an election's coming up, they can say, oh, okay, well, everybody on TikTok that, goes to a liquor store twice a week. I'm totally making stuff up, but so people get an idea of what they could target. We want to target all these people before the election that Joe Blow is going to outlaw liquor. They can start running ads against whatever they don't want to happen because they have all the data on everybody.
So can Facebook and Google.
Facebook's not owned by the Chinese government.
So wait a minute. So you're saying the information gathering is not the problem. It's who's getting the information.
Well, a lot of people would say both, but not me. I've already given up the dream of my life is private in this world. So, but no, the problem is it's who owns it. It's our adversary. It's not Zuckerberg. It's Red China, man.
Wow. I don't know. I mean, it's just shocking to me. I personally don't think there's anything they can glean from an app that would be dangerous to national security.
I just told you they could once they have all the information.
So they
if
have
they
demographics.
didn't want Trump in office,
they have demographics.
My God, Tom, I bet TikTok can tell them every time someone opens up a porn site. I bet if you're on TikTok, they know anything you ever do. Go to any restaurant and look around at any time. People are on their phone 24/7, and whatever they're doing, I'm telling you at this point, China knows about it, and that is scary as hell.
I just have a quick question, Mark. What is a porn site?
Yes, sir. I don't know.
Okay.
I've never seen one.
Bethel?
I've only heard of one.
Visit me after the show.
It's either Pornhub.
Bethel, what's going on with you?
Hi.
Hi.
I'm just running into an issue with my city. They won't let me do a short-term lease at my house, and the city has stopped me, and I decided to sue them, and I still won't get my
What
license,
city, Bethel?
even if I plead guilty or not guilty. City of
Bethel,
Lone Tree.
Bethel, what city?
City of Lone Tree.
Okay, so you live in Lone Tree, and you own a home or a somewhere you want to rent.
I own a home, and I'm trying to do a business, a short-term rental business.
You want to do like vacation home
Airbnb.
by owner, something like that?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, I'm looking it up now, but if they don't allow short-term rentals, usually defined at under 31 days, I mean, then they don't allow them. There's nothing you're going to do to change
Well,
it.
we had our license well before they made that rule. And then they ended up...
Well, hold on. If the speed limit's 65 and they change it to 75,
Yeah, but hold on.
that doesn't mean...
I want to explore this. What do you mean you had a license? I didn't know they required that in Lone Tree. So explain that to me first.
So we had a license. We submitted an application, and this happened back in 2023. And they told us that we were missing documents or there was a missing paper.
Were you ever
And so
granted?
we asked, why
Yeah,
didn't
but
you
this is
inform
what I
us?
need to know, Bethel. You said you had a license. Were you actually ever granted
Yes.
a license?
Yes.
And when was that license in effect?
That was, I believe, the year before 2023.
You
And
had
Tom,
it for,
here's what it says.
But I want to
It
know
says
about her
short-term
situation.
rentals.
Mark, I'll get to that. I promise you. I know, and I appreciate you looking that up. So, Bethel, in 2022, you were doing short-term rentals?
We've been doing short-term rentals since maybe 2016, 2017.
Okay, hold on. And then, Bethel, in 2022, that was the only year you had a license. Is that right?
I'm not sure. My mom has been taking care of the license.
And in
but I do know that we
2023,
had a
you're not
license.
sure if you had one in 2023 or 2024. Is that right?
No, we submitted one in 2023, May of 2023, and they told us that we were missing documents, and we said, why didn't you inform us? And they were like, it's not our fault, you won't get the license. And so we tried to submit a new application. They wouldn't let us.
Okay, got
so
it.
we
Listen
they
to
would
this,
not
ready?
accept your application for 2023.
Yes.
And what about 2024?
We have a license in 2024, but we're not allowed to rent since we didn't have one, technically.
No, wait a minute. You just said you had a license in 2024.
We do. We technically have a license. We have a license that we submitted, and they won't accept it.
Well, that's what I'm getting at. Before Mark goes on, so you only had a license in 2022. In your opinion, you had a license in 2023 and 2024, but they never really reissued the license for 2023 and 2024. It was just in your opinion. Is that correct?
Well, it's not in our opinion. We submitted it, and we have document proof that we did submit it.
I'm not talking
And
about
then
that.
They said that they were
Bethel, listen. When you go through procedures, you got to accept things in the form. I'm not asking you if you agree. You never obtained an actual official license for 2023 and 2024, except in your opinion.
I don't understand.
Okay, Bethel, I'm going to put it this way. If you had a license in 2023 and 2024, we wouldn't be on the phone right now. The reason you're on the phone is they are not acknowledging that you are licensed.
Okay, correct.
Okay, now Bethel, I want to ask you a simple question, then I want Mark to unload his research. The simple question is this: are there other landlords right now in Lone Tree that do have acknowledged licenses and are renting short term?
I'm not sure if they have licenses. I'm pretty sure they have to, but there are other people renting in
Mark,
Lone
what
Tree.
did you find out, Mark?
Well, it's real simple, man. So they basically banned short-term rentals like Airbnb, VRBO, anything like that.
Even
But
with a
here's what it
license,
says.
Mark?
Listen, here's what it says. Short-term rentals that were established prior to March 8th, 2023 are permitted to continue their operations provided they operate with a city business license, remitted tax returns for the past 3 years of operation, and obtained a permit by May 7th, 2023. She didn't do that, apparently.
Bethel, did you do that?
I mean, we weren't informed about all of these licenses. All we knew is that we needed to have a short-term rental license.
Now, did you guys have your? Just let me ask you this: when you guys did your Airbnb or VRBO or whatever you did, for example, are they on your tax returns anywhere where you could prove that you did it for 3 years, or were you pocketing the money, or how did that work? And did you have, as Tom asked you 100 times, did you actually have a license any of those years?
Yes, we
No, she
did.
didn't.
We did the taxes correctly and everything.
She just had it for 2023, Mark. I'm convinced of that.
Okay.
So
yeah,
she
didn't obtain the permit by May 7th, 2023. I mean, that's 2 years ago, almost.
Right. So, okay. So what do we do about this? You said you sued them. What does that mean?
Well, we sued them because they were not allowing us to rent, even though we did apply for the license and everything. And so our lawyers told us that we can either plead not guilty or guilty because they were fining us for renting, even though they said we didn't have a license. And so they said we can either plead guilty or not guilty. And if we plead guilty, we don't get the license. If we don't plead guilty, we don't get the license. And so we don't win in the situation either way. And so we wanted to sue the city for discrimination.
For defamation.
Well, it's pretty hard to sue a
First of all,
city.
there's no such thing. The defamation does not enter into this at all.
It doesn't fit.
There is no I mean, I'm not an attorney here, but I'm telling you, there is. Tell me, what do you mean by defamation? Well, how are they defaming you? They're not. Okay, let's not.
Well, they were allowing.
Go ahead.
No, I mean, if you want to answer the questions for me, go ahead.
No, I'm asking you, how are they defaming you? I'm not trying to be a smart ass. I would ask
And
that you not be either, okay? I'm trying to help you. But I think that you have an opinion and you feel everyone should agree with it. And I'm trying to give you an objective look to help you, not to hurt you. So I'm asking you, how did the city defame you?
By not letting us have our license.
That's not defamation. Defamation is this. Here's what defamation is.
But we followed
Bethel
the
and her
rules.
family are
We did the
disgusting.
application.
Bethel and her family are disgusting, and they shouldn't have rentals because they don't know how to treat people and they are criminals. That's defamation. That's what defamation is. It's not refusing to allow you to have a license because you think you should have one.
But getting right to the point of suing the city, I mean, that's so costly, and you're not going to change. You're not going to change what's happening right now. Did you guys actually hire an attorney to try to get the license, or the only reason the attorney was involved is because they were fining you?
No, we actually tried. We got a lawyer to help with the fines and to help us get the license.
And they still denied it.
Yes.
I don't know where you would go from there. Tom, any ideas? I mean, if a lawyer's not going to get it done, and a judge actually said they don't.
I'd like to know the reasons they're being turned down. I think she has a right to know that. Did they?
Well, I think the reasons are exactly what I read. I mean, she did not obtain a permit by May 7th, 2023, 2 years ago.
But does that mean that right now, no new applications? If she wanted to start over, she can't do that?
No, it's done, man.
That doesn't seem fair.
No, it's only grandfathered people that it appears it's only grandfathered people that had been in business with short-term rentals in Lone Tree for 3 years prior that actually went out and got the city business license and got the new permit, the grandfathered permit, by May 7th, 2023.
So they're saying if you didn't do it, you can never do it. That just doesn't sound right.
Yeah, and they're saying, well, yeah, if you don't move there, if you move there now, you cannot do short-term rentals no matter what.
Okay, so you could have been grandfathered in, but she didn't do it properly.
Well, if that's what I keep asking, and you kept asking, what I'm trying to figure out is it says, listen again, the caller, short-term rentals that were established prior to March 8th, 2023. So first of all, did you guys rent this out prior to March 8th, yes or no?
Were we renting before March 8th? Yes.
2023.
Yes.
Okay. Did you operate with the city business license? Not did you try to get one and didn't, but did you literally have a city business license at that time, prior to March 8th, 2023?
Yes.
And then you remitted taxes for the past 3 years?
Yes.
And then, by May 7th, 2023, you obtained a permit, or you tried to obtain a permit.
Yes, we tried.
So why did they deny it the first time? Why did they say no the first time then?
Let's come back to this and find out. I want to ask Brad O'Brien.
I'm dying to know.
I'd like Brad O'Brien to come on and at least give her. He's a real estate attorney, Bethel, that might weigh in on this. Okay, and I'm not saying he can help you, but he might. Who knows? I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-255, waterpros.net. Man, I can't tell you. Just listen when I say this. Water is the best, okay? That's health. And you got to have the best water. And waterpros.net has the best water at the lowest prices. It's that simple. 303-862-5554.
Colorado, don't spend this new year painting. Do what your neighbor Judy did. She called Rhino Shield.
After having the house painted with kind of usual house paint, I was seeing cracks appearing about every 3 years and just wasn't very satisfied with that.
Rhino Shield ceramic technology is specifically formulated for our unique climate right here in Colorado, and it's Class 1 fire rated.
I can't speak highly enough about the Rhino Shield crew. They also were great at working with me to get the exact right color because I was very particular.
Right now, Colorado, you can get the 25-year guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 15% off the regular price.
I would not hesitate to call Rhino Shield, and I am just thrilled to recommend Rhino Shield to my friends and neighbors and family.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 844-317-4466. That's 844-31-RHINO or rhinoshieldco.com.
Go Rhino Shield.
You know, really, there are not many times you can call a number, talk to an attorney, and get free advice before you hire them. John Fuller, for personal injuries, specifically traffic accidents, is happy to talk to you. It may have just happened. Maybe you don't know what's going on. He'll answer you. He'll talk to you. And you can rely on his advice. No charge. Where do you collect? What's the case worth? What do you do now? Then if you do hire him, it's on a percentage fee basis. You get his cell phone number. You can call or text at any time. That's John Fuller, Fuller Law, 303-597-4500, 597-4500. Gravina's has windows. They used to say in their ads, I remember Larry saying, Gravina's has the greatest windows. You know what he means? He means they also have the most windows, 50 lines of windows. I'm telling you, when you talk about 50 lines of windows, they'll find the right one for you. Absolutely, because they've been in business since the early 70s. He left his dad in 88, started his own, the original Gravina's, 950 West Evans. Remember, the original Gravina's, gravinawindows.com. 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of siding, doors. They have the right one for you. They're not going to push one particular brand. It's the right one for you. 303-472-8462, 303-472-8462.
Downtown Friday, and there's a $3,000 reward. But now this wolf that gets shot has a $100,000 reward. A kid gets kidnapped, there's a $5,000 reward. This fucking wolf gets $100,000?
$100,000 reward.
For killing a wolf?
I cannot believe that.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God!
That's the reward money for right now for tips that lead to arrest and conviction of whoever shot the wolf over.
Listen, here's what we do. Now listen carefully. We get a kid to kill a wolf, and we pay him. But we don't let him know.
Then we turn the kid in.
Then we turn the kid in and collect the money. But we don't let the kid know we hired him when we turn him in. It's got to be.
Can you imagine, Tom?
Yeah.
All these murder, these missing people, all this shit. Crime Stoppers, $5,000. They're giving a fucking $100,000 for a wolf.
Mm-hmm. That's how dumb these programs are.
Tell me what happened,
Jeff. What is your thoughts on it?
Where does this stem from?
Where does what stem from?
Why do we have wolves?
This reward. Where was the wolf? Was he dead?
I think they trapped it because they knew it was in bad health, and they, in custody, the wolf ended up ultimately dying for what they found after the necrocy was a gunshot wound.
So a rancher or somebody shot the wolf.
Somebody shot the wolf, and good for them.
Yeah.
And when it comes to wolves, 3 S's: shoot, shovel, and shut up.
Wait, why? Why
did they even bring them back? I don't even understand that part.
It's a pet project, somebody's pet project.
But why? Why did they want wolves here?
But same reason they wanted the Wolverines here, same reason they went after the mountain lions.
Well, I don't know what those reasons are.
And a lot of it is anti-hunting, okay? The idea is get apex predators in here to start culling down all the herd.
Because they'll eat the deer.
And they'll eat the deer, okay? You bring in wolves, they'll also take down, elk, much larger animal,
and cows. So that's the fucking problem.
Right.
And horses.
If they were successful with the mountain lions, then you had another apex predator out there.
Got it.
They're trying to reintroduce wolverines. It's easy. Okay, you put them inside an area. Now you shut down trapping in that area because they're a protected animal. You don't want to actually.
You're slowly getting rid of hunting.
Yeah.
Yep.
What is a fucking wolverine?
It's kind of like a badger.
And they can kill what?
Oh, they're mean.
They kill everything.
Do they hunt in packs?
No.
No, they're the largest members of the weasel family.
Like, what's a fucking weasel? What's the biggest thing it can kill?
They're the largest members. They look like a badger with an attitude.
For example, can they kill a bobcat?
They will take on a bobcat. They'll take on a wolf.
They will.
Holy shit.
They're one of the few animals that'll kill just to
That's
kill.
why in Red Dawn, those guys were called Wolverines.
They are very, very mean.
Yep.
But the interesting thing is when they introduced wolves to Yellowstone.
That is all lying propaganda. Nope.
What did they?
Everybody says they fixed the environment out there. They did not. They did not. It was a bullshit study, and you can look it up.
How do you really feel about that study?
Kill the fucking wolves.
Kill the fucking.
Well, they say hunting's cruel. Have you ever seen a wolf eat? Tell me that's not
wolf
cruel.
will kill for the sake of killing.
I will say this: I saw probably a 99% wolf hybrid in a liquor store, that mega liquor store in Castle Rock, probably 10 years ago.
Big animal.
Fucking beautiful. I'm telling you, though, it looks nothing like a dog. It is absolutely massive as shit.
Yep.
And I wouldn't fuck with that thing in a million years.
Yep.
Here you go.
Online at khout.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 303-713-8255. Brad O'Brien, olslaw.com. It's O'Brien Legal Services, O'Brien Legal Services, and I'll give his number out after the call. Listen, Brad, have you been getting many calls from people who want to do short-term rentals, and a lot of cities are shutting those down?
Yeah, Tom, they are becoming more regulated.
Yeah.
And Denver and some other mountain towns are definitely regulating them and requiring licensing.
Now, Lone Tree went one step further, as I understand it. They not only required licensing, but that's only for grandfathering in those who had been doing it, and they will allow no new licenses. Is that what I understand, Mark? Is that what it was? Is that what you read?
Absolutely.
So, Brad, Bethel said she's had a license once in 2023, and they would not grandfather her. Now, Bethel, did you actually sue the city? First, I want to ask that. You said you did. Did you actually file a lawsuit?
Yes.
Did you lose or win?
Well, it's not finished yet. They want me to plead guilty, and my lawyers want me to plead guilty, so then I just pay a one-time $1,000 for all the fines that I got when I was renting, when they told me not to.
Okay, so did you bring this lawsuit, or did the city bring it? When you say guilty, did the city fine you, and that's what you sued about?
Yes. Well, we find them, so there's multiple cases. We find them about the fines. We sued them for the fines, and then we also sued them for the license. And then my lawyers put them all under one case, one big case.
So you're suing to get the fines dismissed and to reinstate your license, basically.
Yes.
Where does it stand in the courts right now?
I'm not sure. My mom is dealing with all of that. I'm calling on her behalf.
Okay. So you're not sure where it stands. Okay. So you called today to find out what? Brad, guess you're going to say, the courts have it. Let them decide, right? I mean, she was obviously fined she kept doing it after 2023 when they did not renew her license. And Mark said one of the reasons they probably did not renew her license was because she was required to do a few things. Mark, what was that?
Well, she had to submit 3 years of tax returns where I guess that rental property income would be on there. She had to prove that, she was licensed to do it. And then I guess the most important part I was reading is it all had to be done before May 7th, 2023. Brad, here's what it says. This is City of Lone Tree's website. It says short-term rentals that were established prior to March 8, 2023 are permitted to continue their operations, provided they operate with the city business license, remitted taxes for the past 3 years of operation, and obtained a permit by May 7th, 2023.
So she must have not done that. She must have not.
Exactly.
Are you claiming you did all of that and they still turned you down?
Yes.
You actually submitted everything they asked for.
We submitted everything they asked for with the application, and then they told us that we were missing documents. And then
What
we
did
were
they
asking
say?
what
Hold on.
documents
Don't go over that. What were you missing?
I'm not 100% sure. They told my mom that she was missing some sort of document, and she asked. You can call her.
Yeah, we want to. Hey, Brad, just can you weigh in on these kinds of cases and where they go, and what is your overall impression? You've heard as much as we did.
Well, the cities do have the right to regulate short-term rentals in their jurisdictions, and they can require licensing, and they can have requirements to get those licenses, and you basically have to follow the steps.
I mean, that's it in a nutshell, isn't it? I mean, really, if they're saying she didn't, she says she did. I mean, so whether I'm gonna lean towards she probably didn't, not because I'm against you, Bethel, but because I don't think the city has a reason to single you out. Brad, in your experience, have you found cases where procedurally the city was mistaken and there were things filed that they overlooked? Have you ever found that? I mean, it might happen. You would know.
Nothing comes to mind, but every case is different.
Yeah.
You have to look at what they're asking for that they say is missing and respond to that.
I want to call her. I want to call your mom. Brad O'Brien Legal Services, 720-370-7388. I can write a telegram and say go to break. By the time it gets to Western Union.
Once again, you're hearing a delay, and you have a mild mental illness that wants you to keep filling the audio of the show. Remember, you've explained it before. I'm not cutting you off. I just need to keep the show moving. I understand that.
Okay.
Westbound.
I'm going to kick some ass. I'm kicking ass in a minute. I'm going to kick some ass.
You better double your security because I'm coming over there.
Oh, man.
This morning.
Wait for the pizza.
Going a little bit coming through off I-7.
Ooh, I can sneak in there with a big old sausage.
Heavy coming from the airport.
No, I don't think you can.
And then heading back to I-70's in pretty good shape. We had some stock show traffic there around Brighton.
I felt that with your conversation with this girl where you needed her to hurry up. And I get it, dude. I get it.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was
I think I did this right. Just a zero. Coming up.
Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
You know, I'm going to tell you something that is a fact. Cleaning products that are allowed in America, most of them are not allowed in Europe and other countries because of the chemicals that build up over time. Listen, I'm not going to preach about it. I'm just going to tell you this. Do away with chemicals wherever you can. And ZeroResDenver.com, they've done away with all chemicals and all emulsifiers and all soaps when they do your carpets. That's a big deal. Now, that doesn't mean it's like secondary cleaning. It's better than those others, and it gets out the crap from the previous ones. Your carpets are going to look and feel better than ever. Really, they are. And not only that, but they don't have any garbage left behind, no residue. That's why they're called Zero Res. Now, your indoor air quality will be better. Your carpets are safe for kids, for you, for pets. Your whole house, they do tile and grout, they do ductwork. The only people I'll let in my house with this process, Call them. 303-471-5150. They usually have like $33 a room or a little more, a little less sometimes. They do specials. But here's the real special. Safety, health, and cleanliness. ZeroResDenver.com. 303-471-5150.
Thank you. There's a sitch with, what's your name? Hang on.
What?
Here's the other thing. If they fail to remit...
Oh, that Bethlehem is the mother, believe it or not, and is not answering.
Oh.
Listen, it says not comply with federal, state, city, fail to collect or remit city lodging and sales tax dues on the sale of short-term rentals.
I'm getting water.
I mean, there's a million things they probably didn't give the city.
And applying for a license is not the same as getting one.
That's
no,
right.
I know. She kept saying that.
That's right.
That's the one of the funniest things she said.
You had to basically prove electrical, plumbing. You had to prove they had to inspect and approve the short-term rental for all those things. And then on top of that, you had to submit your sales tax. I wonder if she ever paid sales tax or even ever collected sales tax on the short-term rental.
It's like for me, asking for a three-way does not get you in a three-way. Did you know that?
Try both hands.
Yeah.
That's true.
Yes, Doc.
Oh, no.
God, can you imagine? Can you imagine he's the third party that walks into the room?
Asking for a nurse to help with a procedure is not a three-way, Doc.
He can't hear you.
God, this lady could actually get a much bigger fine. See, I don't think they went through all this stuff.
So I got to do something. I got to do something for this event for Joe, right? We got
no, I need a 30-second spot.
Well, that's what I mean. Okay, so I got to get that done today.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please.
Okay.
I want to start running on Monday.
Yes,
he thought he had to write a monologue.
Yeah, I'd love to see the packet. Someone knows what wasn't submitted.
The pizza is here. Kelly walked off, but the pizza is here.
Okay.
Hey, you
why is Doc still
bastards.
sitting here?
Because he's not on the headset.
You mean it's in there already?
Doc didn't know the pizza was here.
They can suspend a license.
That's got to be the earliest they've ever shown up.
Yeah, really.
So they can suspend a license for so many different reasons. It's crazy.
Doc volunteered. I did, so I don't know who did.
Well, whoever did, thank you.
Welcome.
When I hear my doorbell ring, I'm going to have to run.
On me.
Okay. He didn't fight too hard.
No, I mean, I walked into Kelly.
Mostly because you're wearing a dress and you don't want to get caught?
Yeah, pizza's here.
You want me?
It is.
Me?
Yeah, I'm not getting in his way.
Did we get extra jalapenos this time?
Up on both of them.
Thank you.
Good.
Oh, I always hide when the doorbell rings.
It's not in there yet. Kelly's going to bring it in a minute.
Why? What's she doing to it?
Just getting water.
Retail marijuana establishments permitted. They're permitted. Permitted.
Dolce kind of makes fun of her dad. Tommy, are you listening?
I do too.
Yeah.
Because you don't say permit, you say permit.
Oh, like he's
Can
all...
you get your driver's permit?
Because he's all classy. He all went to college and high school.
It's cute when she talks about it. Or when she did talk about it. It's adorable.
What's my mom say? Kaiser
Permanente.
Kaiser Permanente.
Tesla.
She goes, Tesla. Finally, I said, what the fuck is a Tesla?
And he does. He cusses at his mother. It's embarrassing.
I think either way works.
Either way, permit.
It's you watch too many of those sappy, stupid European shows.
Oh, Tom, have you seen American Primeval?
Oh
my
awesome.
God.
No, is it cool?
Awesome.
Holy cow, it's 6 episodes,
It's
but it
awesome.
is on the edge of your seat.
Let me tell you, if you're Mormon, you don't want to watch it.
American Primeval.
And where do you find it? Hi, Tom Martino. Here with you, with the gang in the studio, fighting for you. Now, Mark also read on the requirements for short-term rentals. It's not a walk in the park. There's a
lot to it. One of the things I did want to ask her, since she's still up, we can't get her mom, but were you guys paying like the sales tax, and did you pay all that on time? I mean, there are so many things required to keep and maintain this license. I mean, it's like operating a business.
I mean, we kept up with all the fees, all the home association fees, all the taxes that we need to do. We kept up with everything.
What we really got to figure out, Tom, is what were they missing? If they denied the packet, why? I mean, that's what we have to know, is why did they deny it?
I mean,
you,
they did
you have
not.
no idea?
I think they did not submit everything. I think it's that simple. I think that she says her mom took care of it. So it could be her mom didn't do it all. I mean, there would be no reason for them to say, hey, let's not grandfather this one in. It's one too many. It doesn't make sense to me. But, you know, I just want to say.
I'll give you one. I don't know if this is true with Lone Tree, but in Boulder, I know this. It has to be the person that's renting it out as a short-time rental in Boulder has to be the owner of the property and has to live there at least 6 months and 1 day out of the year. It has to be their principal residence. You can't simply own a condo in Boulder and short-term rent it unless if you live there as your principal residence. So there's one reason, and it's got to be deeded in your name. It's got to pass all electrical. It's got to pass everything. So Lone Tree probably has something similar like that you guys didn't qualify for. But unless if we look at the app, or more importantly, the denial letter, I don't even know where we start on this.
I don't either. I don't. Honest to goodness. I just don't. I think we have to talk to her mom, and her mom's not available. Bethel, do you know where your mom might be? Or can you talk to her first? Maybe she is not picking up a strange number or something.
I believe she's at a doctor's appointment right now.
And Bethel, if it's true, you guys submitted everything, and they're just saying no because they feel like it, we'll get personally involved, and we'll fight for you. We'll get Brad O'Brien involved. But, I mean, we've got to know what we're up against. I mean, we'd love to help you out, but I'm truly afraid the stuff wasn't submitted on time or lack of, and that's what we've got to figure out before anything.
I'll get my mom to talk to you guys so you guys can get the full story.
Thank you, Bethel. Now, by the way, I want to ask about the house. Is this a house she lives in when she's not renting?
She owns it. She's been owning it for over 20 years. She built it. She lived in the basement to make sure that she follows all the rules that are permitted.
Now, has she ever thought about a long-term rental? I mean, rentals are hot in Lone Tree right now.
We tried. We're not really getting any business in that department.
Really? What kind of a house is it?
It's a 5-bedroom home.
5-bedroom ranch or
Fully
2-story?
furnished. It's 2-story.
My God. Is it in a nice neighborhood?
Very nice, very safe.
Man, I'm telling you, you find some executive couple or some professional people that, I'm even thinking, could you do a long-term rental with more than one tenant, where people, where they have a common area and they have bedrooms? I mean, I don't know what they would allow or not allow, because that's not short-term.
Generally speaking, short-term rentals make so much more money though, man.
Yeah, but if you could have, let's say there's 5 bedrooms. Let's say you have 2 or 3 tenants sharing that house, or 3, or maybe even 4 or 5. I mean, seriously, if you did it the right way, I don't know, man. I think they need somebody who thinks creatively on getting this thing, because if she has this big house and can't do anything with it, she's going to, she depended on this income, right, Bethel?
Yeah.
And did she ever pay sales tax on it, out of curiosity?
She pays all her taxes. She does everything. She hires someone to make sure she gets all her taxes done correctly.
Sales tax is a completely different animal, but in any case, here's the deal. What we need to do is wait to talk to your mom. That's what we really have to do next. 303-713-8255. We're talking about your problems, your questions, and your complaints. 888heating.com. High efficiency units at the best prices, guaranteed. So if you're going to replace something, why not save 30 to 50% every single month? They also do the deep clean, $45. 303-770-2776. 888heating.com.
Was that better?
Now,
I'm trying to be faster.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Yeah, we do have some heavy jamming on 270 on the westbound side. It's mainly due to the closure on the westbound to southbound Vasquez ramp. It's been in place for about 7 hours since early this morning. The eastbound side has been struggling a little bit coming through off I-76 through that stretch as well. Pena's running a slightly heavy coming from the airport around Tower and then heading back to I-70. I-70 is in pretty good shape. We had some stock show traffic there around Brighton, past the Coliseum. A little sluggish, and I-25 coming into downtown. And it's been a little slow also south through Spear. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay. Genesis Total Exteriors is in a category that you really need in this day and age for trust. Home improvements. Everything from roofing, gutters, fascia, siding, windows, doors, decks, painting, interior basements, kitchens, baths, changing out those ugly doors in your house, maybe finally to upgrading them to solid core, beautiful doors, or wood doors, and then your railings from wood to metal. They do it all, even mold detection and remediation. And here's the most important thing. They're honest. They've been with me for many, many years. Think Genesis, TotalExteriors.com, 303-679-8509. Red Rock's Roof and Solar, I can't say enough about. They are in the solar business to win. They do sales, installation, and service. They're not just one of these schlock sales companies that you never hear from again once you sign the contract. And they're not these people who install and have no idea how to service. They do it all. They're your solar company you can depend on, even to help you with the tax credits, financing, if you're a business, even grants to get it paid for. 303-704-2449. 303-704-2449, redrocksrs.com.
Jasmine.
Yep.
Yeah.
My only thing is I just don't want to get sick if she's got something we can get.
Yeah, she went to yoga, and I guess she ran into Yogi Brooke, my friend.
Oh, did she?
And Brooke was all uneasy about her coughing, and because she's coughing and all kinds of stuff.
Why would she do that?
I don't know. I was going to tell her, I don't think she should be showing up when she sounds like shit.
Even if she's not a...
But she's also like me. Okay, I feel better. I'm just going to plow through,
Yeah, but other people don't want to hear that shit.
Hey, I'm going to text you, Tommy, about a credit card charge.
Pornhub. Monthly membership, something like that?
I don't do monthlies. I do them by the year.
I'll tell you, Trump's changing so much stuff, Kevin. It's going to be really a wild ride, man.
It's crazy, isn't it?
It looks like I think all these nominations will get through too.
Tommy, on your text, is that charge legit or not at this point?
Oh, it is absolutely.
Because I know what it's for.
It is absolutely not.
On
I want
1-9.
that totally reversed. No, totally reverse the shit out of that and stop him. Tell him to stop it.
Do you want me to text him, or do you want to deal with it? Do you want me to do it for you?
Yeah. Well,
I don't mind.
No, Suze, you don't have to do it. Let me do it.
You're right, though. After he did good.
I don't mind. I just want to be sure. I just wanted to be
clear.
clear.
The one woman that didn't like him, but the one woman's like, I like him now.
Guys, I was just charged.
I think everything will sell by, and I'll tell you what, if one of them holds
another
it up,
$375
on 1-9, so a week ago.
They were all very, very prepared. That was impressive.
I love the Democrats, though. They're just like,
Kim Bondi's a beast.
Is it true you had a girlfriend? Yeah. Or they get just slimy. Is it true you raped a woman?
Yeah. What's the guy's name that ran with Hillary? looks like the Joker.
Oh, yeah.
I did it.
Okay.
I forgot.
I will make sure. I'll watch for it to come back.
I think everybody can agree, though, the worst VP pick of all time was Waltz.
Yes.
Oh, my God. He's just a big, stupid
But just
dummy.
based on that alone, she shouldn't have been elected.
God, what a horrible pick. Why she didn't pick the guy from Pennsylvania, we'll never know.
Oh, they would have.
Because she's a moron.
They would have won.
Well, I don't know if they would have won, but they would have had a hell of a better shot.
They would have got Pennsylvania with him, though.
Tom, sorry, nobody's
Yeah, but
listening.
that was nothing because they got
Nobody
all the
has
other
their
ones.
headphones on, they're eating pizza.
Okay.
But what killed me was just how that debate he had, JD beat the shit out of him.
It's fine.
I mean, he wasn't even in the same. It was like a college student at Harvard debating a high school student at wherever.
I'm glad the kid is good looking and he can work some
I thought
shit.
we'd been over this pads and rotors thing, but so it's not a Beamer.
You know what? That is it. He's weird.
What's he driving?
What's weird?
We were saying the
Stupid
worst
idiot son.
VP nomination of all time. Was
Instead
that
of
goddamn
Oh, hell yeah.
I can't think of
basically
one
trading
worse,
in
man.
the current car he has, which is
about
BMW
Sarah
X5.
Palin?
Yeah.
I think she was a
He
lot
went
better.
ahead and just
She was the lipstick for that.
Okay.
thing.
I mean,
Oh,
Sarah,
there you go,
Sarah,
Tom.
Sarah
There
Palin
you go.
was at least a governor forever, right?
30 KHOW, an iHeartRadio station.
Hi, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. All right, guys, now we get to this discussion. What do you think, TikTok? I mean, it's a major deal that we are outlawing this. And Mark says it's because they're getting demographic information about us. I don't understand.
It's not TikTok, it's Red China, Tom. That's who owns it.
No, I get it. But, well, first of all, the owner says he's independent and the government doesn't.
There's no one independent in China. That just everybody knows. There's not one business in China that the Chinese government doesn't have full access to everything.
Okay. So what happens now? Didn't they start some kind of a new forum? Some kind of a new service altogether, I thought. They're trying.
First of all, it's still up. It's still up right now, and Trump is saying he's going to do some form of an executive order
Does he
to
not
keep
believe
it up.
in? Does he not believe in it? In the
no,
ban?
actually, he's the opposite.
That's what I thought.
No, he's the opposite.
I would think Musk is too. The opposite, meaning that they don't believe in banning stuff, right? In general. I mean, what do you think? I mean, I think that's their main claim to fame is no censorship.
Well, I don't know how Elon thinks, because with Elon, I mean, in a way, I'm not saying that's up against Twitter. I mean, they're completely different in a lot of ways, but I mean, it is, I would assume it's some form of advertising competition, but you do got to remember, there is a big freaking deal when China has access to all that data, man. It's just crazy.
But
it's
are
crazy.
we naive to think that they can't get it in another way? You can subscribe to demographic data. I see.
You're
saying
missing it, though. You're missing it. Then they can advertise what they want to happen. Oh, your government is screwing you. They're doing inside stuff, taking your money, taking your taxes. They can do campaigns targeted to hundreds of millions of people to try to get through their messaging. During a wartime, if we actually went to war with China
and do that, Mark. That's what I'm getting
at. No,
at.
they can't. They don't have access to the back-end data of Facebook. They don't have it. They don't know every other app you use on your phone by advertising on Facebook. They have access to all the data.
What kind of data did they get on TikTok, people?
I don't know what they don't get.
Well, I mean, they're not
where
getting
you
military.
work, where your websites are, what phone company you have, what electric company you have. All your contacts, everybody you deal with, are you Republican, Democrat, all your text possibly, anything.
I want to know how people think about it. Morons, weigh in on it. Call me. I really do. It just seems it just seems counterproductive. Look, I'm not for the communist government, but if they know demographics and they do campaigns, that's freedom of expression and freedom of speech. I mean, I don't
okay.
even...
So China, who's our adversary, should have freedom of speech like a citizen?
Yeah. I'm not
okay,
saying...
well, I guess Russia should too.
Yeah, no, I'm saying, when I say freedom, don't get me wrong. I mean, I don't think they should infiltrate and hack and do illegal things, but if they can send messages and do websites against...
China won't allow any of ours over there. They have to monitor anything Facebook or Twitter, anything, if they want to operate in that country, because of the exact same reason.
Now, I'm not anti-American. I'm just saying that we should be able to discern any information on our own and allow a free flow. But anyway, I'd like to know your opinion coming up.
Hey, thank you.
I'm going to sound stupid. I just ask that you bear with me. So as part of the sale, they replaced the pads, but now
her son bought a car without telling.
So why would you not do both at
Cheap.
the same time?
Save money.
Got it. So 800 is reasonable?
To do all four?
Yes.
Is that pads and rotors?
No, they already have pads. They just didn't replace something called a rotor.
Okay.
Don't kill him, Kelly.
4 rotors is probably $800, right?
Yeah, give or take. I mean, it seems.
What's the vehicle?
High.
It's a 2016 Jeep Cherokee.
Who's
not a
doing
Grand
it?
Cherokee, just a Cherokee?
No, it's a Grand Cherokee.
Who's doing it?
Some guy in Tucson.
Okay, so not the Jeep dealer.
Okay.
Oh God, no. Okay. No, I've always told him don't go to dealers.
Okay.
And by the way,
Mark.
it's the same guy.
Mark.
Yeah.
I found out a
Yes.
lot of stuff that goes way beyond what you're saying and really makes sense. I mean, there's some other stuff, man. Yeah. Okay. When you.
What do you mean other?
I mean other reasons.
My God, Tom, I literally said everything. They have access to everything.
Yeah.
So what are the ones that made you raise your eyebrows?
One rotor.
I'm going to talk about it on the air, but it's basically it's basically they actually have U.S. government employees on there.
Of course, and when people get deployed, they know where they're deployed.
I mean, what I'm saying is that stupid government employees are on there, and they're tracking their movements.
They're not supposed to be on there.
You didn't pay for the original break?
But they're not supposed to be. If you work for the federal government, you are not supposed to have an account.
Yeah.
Possibly.
But that doesn't mean their spouses and children don't.
Okay, I'm so confused. Are brakes the same as pads?
Yes.
Okay. Then what the hell is a rotor?
And China blocks all of our stuff, period.
It's a disc.
For the exact reason.
Just like I was talking about on your bicycle. Same thing. So that center piece that the rubber pieces push onto, that's the rotor.
Well, why the hell does that have to be replaced? And there's something called fluid.
There's always fluid.
It's funny how they went to the Supreme Court, them being
And they won't do
TikTok.
this at cost for him.
But we're banned. All of ours are banned in China. I mean, think about that. Facebook, Twitter, they're all banned in China, but they're suing us to keep TikTok. It's nuts.
But is that got a Hemi? Do you know, a big motor? I mean, do you know what motors?
Probably the 3.6. That's
more than
what I
likely.
put in there.
Yeah.
In all the years you've known me, what on
I
earth would you
just-
think I know the answer to that
Just
question?
throwing every once in a while, something surprises me.
I like the old wooden rotors. I think they're way better than these new.
See, no.
I like they were best out of bedrock.
Oh,
the premium rotor.
you saw how Fred Flintstone would stop, right?
That's what I'm talking about, right?
It was brilliant.
How many accidents
It
did
was
he get into
innovative.
because of a lack of braking power?
And how many times did he have to get a brake job?
Right?
Come here.
Although they could have done better on the suspension, because every time his dinosaur rode with him, the whole vehicle would fall over.
True enough.
Do you know?
Replacing that roof, that canvas top roof had to get expensive. That goddamn thing sticking its head through it.
Every time.
So they're making $600 on you fixing the brake job that they screwed up to start They want to be stand-up about it. Replace the damn rotors.
Wouldn't it be funny if they redid the Flintstones and they were swingers with the Rebels?
It's on the lot. They did the brakes.
No, I get it.
Savvy, swear to God, WeldWorks is my... You're not up in Greeley. You're in Fort Collins, huh? We'll have to meet you at WeldWorks someday. That is my favorite brewery.
I'm not saying they are, but when you sell the guy the car and the brakes are
I don't believe it's Savvy.
I don't disagree. I don't know why you would lift the selling dealer do it anyway.
I know. That's
There's no way. There's no way. There's no way. The ignorance level is there.
That's the same thing. That's the same thing. I would not use the same.
Does anybody give a shit that Sammy Hagar is not going to tour anymore?
Let him make $600.
No. No one gives a shit.
But they all say
Never
that.
liked Van Halen.
They all say that till they have another grandkid. Then they got to go do a
Van
concert.
Halen, and it was terrible.
Well, I get sick of hearing I agree with Mark.
Oh, Savvy, it's so good. It's if you like
just don't like the sound
IPAs
of
or
bullshit?
sours.
I get sick of hearing
So
Mark,
good.
you're wrong.
I have never heard that.
Yeah.
Selective
He's heard
hearing.
that from me.
I've heard I'm intense. Suzanne calls me
Tell me
intense.
shut up.
Yeah.
Only when you're camping.
Shut up, motherfucker. Shut up, asshole. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Tom, you're going to have to try out pickleball with us someday.
Yeah.
Here, I'm going to put up a poll. I'm going to put up a great, beautiful, wonderful poll.
A great, beautiful one. A bigly poll. A bigly.
A Bigly poll. Thank you. I'm going to start using Bigly again.
I hope that moving indoors doesn't screw your trip up.
What?
Well,
what are you talking about?
I'll be there no matter what.
The inauguration got moved indoors.
Meaning I'm going to have to get there at fucking 2 a.m. and get in line.
That's
okay. Start a poll.
So they're just going to have big TV screens outside for everybody.
Well, they're moving people to the Capital One Center for that. To watch it. I don't know if they're still going to do them outside. At least that's what I read.
Just the irony that capital's even in the word.
Okay, polls up.
Do you typically agree with Mark?
Yeah, he's such a jerk.
What? How am I being a
He's
jerk?
such a jerk. I can never explain.
Did you
his-
only put one
I can never explain
option
how
in there?
much
Yes.
of a jerk. People are
'Cause
just
I don't
going to have to experience it.
You got to experience the jerkness of Mark.
I know.
Hey, I remember having to protect your ass years ago. We went to a restaurant over by the mall.
I know.
And all these housewives were coming up to him.
Chopper Bucky's is way better
I know
than
it.
Johnson
Mark, that
Corner
was
Diner or
crazy.
whatever.
I mean, they were really actually being crazy.
They were, man. He must have had a group of like 15 what do they call cougars. This is like, what, 15, 20 years ago. It was with Russ Johnson was there.
Yeah, I know.
And they started just coming up to...
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hey, welcome to Car Day today. We haven't had many car questions, but I'm going to change that. And if you look at the screen, if you're streaming this, you're going to see pizza. Not mine. No. They're all pigging out on pizza in the studio, but that's okay. 303-713-TALK. I'm here all by my lonesome at the home studio ship, and then these guys are all pigging out on pizza. But I don't care. I want to take your calls, your problems, your questions, your complaints. I want to make your life a little easier. That's what I want to do. I do have some texts I want to get to. And this one is, okay, we were talking about TikTok and the ban, and this guy says, who texted me, or this gal, and by the way, I want you to text me, 747-999-5280. You don't have to put anything there. That's my personal Google number. And it comes to my cell phone, okay? The truth be told, if it gets to be a pain in the butt, I can turn it off, but I always get the text. They never go away. Also, you can text me there for Wave 8 Wealth Management. If you ever want to talk to me or my colleagues, that's a whole separate ballgame, but you can text me there, okay? And I'd be happy to call you. I believe everyone needs to look at financing nowadays, the finances nowadays. Anyway, so back to the TikTok. Red TikTok agreement. Before you get an account, they have access to everything on your phone, bank accounts, passwords, what? Social security numbers, what? Joe Rogan actually covered this on his podcast. Now, here's what
It's everything.
Now, I did some research here. Chat did the research. Here's what it says. The government's concerns about TikTok stem from national security risks, focusing on the ownership. It's owned by ByteDance. But what ByteDance and other companies in China agree to is that this is what the Chinese government, by the way, requires all companies. China's national intelligence law requires all Chinese organizations, businesses, and citizens to cooperate and submit to the government any request for their intelligence work. Listen to this. This is actually part of the I don't know if you call it a constitution, but the Chinese government. This raises concerns that ByteDance could be forced to hand over data. Think about that. Potential for censorship and propaganda. They have a concern that it could be manipulated. And then, like you said, Mark, but here's the other thing. They're gathering information on people in the government itself and stupid people who have accounts that aren't supposed to. Plus, younger generations are being influenced, and they're being influenced politically, okay? Then they're saying that it's not just demographic information they're gathering. They're tracking, listen to this, locations of high-value individuals, profiling individuals, and turning people into assets for espionage and blackmail. They have had people who have recruited through TikTok. Do you believe that? Wow.
Well, absolutely. Think about it. They have some kid. They got all his information. They got some video of him that basically the phone took of him doing things that are, teenagers do, if you will. And then all of a sudden they reach out to him to ask him for a favor or else.
Man, that's incredible. All right. 303-713-TALK. 303-713-8255. This idiot just won't leave this at the door. I mean, I have to go to the door.
Go get your pizza. Go get your pizza.
No, it's probably some important stuff.
You.
Hold on. I got to.
Yeah, it's not
keeps
pizza.
Ringing.
303-7. Well, listen, we got lines open. We need some car questions today. I realize it's January and everybody's getting back to moving and grooving, but we've got two car experts here. Maybe you want to sell a car, need a value of a car. Maybe you've got a problem with the car, a certain noise. I happen to know that Kevin and Jeff, if you call up and make a sound that your car's doing, they can identify it 9 out of 10 times. Would you say that's right?
I can do it 10 out of 10 times.
10 out of 10 times?
10 out of 10.
That's
it's always the same thing. It's some moron on the other side of the freaking phone making noises.
Hey, guys, are there any, tips for these Sub-Zero temps we're about to get?
But you were going to ask Jeff, too, Mark, remember about the TCM and that Kia.
So one of the things Arapahoe Kia is saying, I'm not going to recap the whole story.
I know the story, yeah.
Yeah, but people listening, he drops off a vehicle, they sell him a transmission, then they say, hey, it also has a bad TCM, and they put the TCM in, it's still not working. Then they put another transmission in because they figure out the first one they sold him was no good. Then the vehicle runs. Now they're trying to charge him for the TCM and the transmission. What they're saying is the TCM took the tranny out, or the tranny took the TCM out, so they need both. Is that possible?
The TCM can definitely wipe out a transmission.
And explain why, though, Jeff.
Wrong commands. Usually it'll be something in the form of, pressure control. But, Toyota went through a huge phase of it for probably about a 5-year stint where we had known codes pulled up and you just didn't even question it. It needed a TCM when you pulled it out and built it. So, yes, TCMs can definitely cause transmission failure. The other way around, not very likely.
No.
Not very likely, no. So, but if they put a transmission in and it still wasn't working, deducted that, hey, the TCM caused the last failure, then yeah, that's entirely possible.
So the chain went like this, though. Transmission, car was still stuck in gear. So it went in originally stuck in 4th gear. Then it goes into the shop, sell them a transmission. It's stuck in 1st gear, the new transmission. So then they say they need the TCM, put the TCM in, same thing, still stuck in 1st gear. Put the new transmission in, everything works fine. So how would you possibly ever know if it needed the TCM at this point?
You're too far down the pike, and I'm sure all those parts are no longer available. But, the likelihood is it was the transmission the whole time. They chased their tails on it. So, but once they put that thing in the car, it belongs to them.
Yeah, but...
Yeah, I hope they do something good. It's a Deal and Doug store. You know what? I hope they just do what's right. If they truly needed one, but they had the guy's vehicle 3 months too, which is not cool, man. 3 months they had this and they couldn't get it fixed. And a lot of that time it was because the original transmission they diagnosed. So once again, I don't know if it needed both, Tom. I don't know if it needed just the transmission.
I want to know this.
I don't know for the life of me if it at TCU.
Let's just ask this bottom line. What happens if you put in something it didn't need? How do you guys handle it?
You eat it.
Yeah, you eat it, right?
Plain and simple.
Or if you didn't send it back yet, you put in the original part.
Yeah, sometimes there's times where you might be able to recover that part, but if you can't, that's not the customer's responsibility.
No, not at all.
Okay, I'm glad to hear that. Now, it's sometimes though.
But go
ahead.
Hold on real quick. Suzanne had a great question for him too, which was what, Suzanne?
Just with the sub-zero temps, any tips with taking care of your car, what you should be doing with the cold temps like we're getting here?
Warming it up a little bit will definitely help it. But as far as, with the cold temps driving down the road, your cooling system can actually not work as efficiently as you want it to. In other words, you're not going to get heat in the cabin. So, even just taking a piece of cardboard or chipboard and zip tie that thing to the front of your grill to block some of that cold air from coming in will actually help you out there.
This sounds crazy, and I don't know if you guys have ever been there, but I had windshield washer fluid put in at Walmart one time. This is years ago, but up in Rocky Ford, and we were picking up one of our Dobermans, a little puppy. So we get up there, I'm totally out, it's snowing like crazy, it's slushy, I got to get this stuff, and it was freezing. They put stuff in that was probably maybe good down to 0, but not -10. And it froze, and I couldn't use it at all. So we know there's a freezing point on most of the windshield washer stuff. What is that? But beyond that, is there coolant out there that will freeze at like -10 or 15, or that doesn't happen?
No, that doesn't.
Not the coolant. Yeah.
How about get transmission fluid? Any other fluids?
No, it's going to take longer to warm things up, and pour rates are going to move a little slower. That's why doing things like warming it up before you take off is not a bad idea.
And don't rev it up to warm it up.
No.
Let it sit there and idle. Let it take its time.
It's so people should do what? Let it warm up. Make sure you have coolant.
Yeah, if you do have to fill your washer fluid, they do make some that goes to a lower temperature too. Yep. So you can
they
get
sell
that.
different fluid in Texas than they do here.
Yeah, because in Texas it's water, basically.
It's 32 degrees and it's blue.
In Hawaii, it probably legitimately is water.
Yeah. It's alcohol, but it's just a lower concentrate.
How about if you have summer stuff in there now and you're half full? Is there stuff you can add to it?
You can intermix in it. That's fine.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, if you have a diesel, probably it's a good idea to pour in a bottle of Alliant or some Standardine, lower that gelling point.
Do the new diesels, stuff made in the last, say, 4 years, do you still have to plug them in really bad weather to get them to start?
You're better off if you do, but you don't have to, no.
Okay.
So, but yeah, they'll definitely start easier if they're warmed up, if you got that block heater turned on.
The only thing that's not true. Our RV is diesel. but we wouldn't use it this time. But it's always plugged in, and it's always got an engine block heater built in. But my John Deere tractor, that's diesel, and what I've learned about that over 4 or 5 years in Franktown, when it gets that cold, man, I'll wait for those glow plugs, but there's been a couple times I got to pop a little booster on. You would think the battery's going bad, but I don't think so, because it's only at that negative.
It's just turning so hard, yeah.
So, guys, bottom line is, when it comes to parts, how do you even know? What if you did replace it, and maybe it did need it and it didn't, the old one's gone? You can't necessarily know that. You know what I'm saying? You can't tell if you needed it.
It can be a challenge. It can be a challenge, yes. And the vice versa happens, too, because we get bad parts, so you replace one and it doesn't fix it.
Yeah, you're scratching your head thinking you screwed up.
So you think you screwed up by putting a transmission like Kia did, and find out that, all in all, it was just a bad part. So, yeah, parts it's a challenge. It really is.
And quality control lately, for probably the last 3 years, has gone way down the tubes.
Yep.
Okay.
Is that because they've been outsourcing to different places? I mean, why would quality go down so far?
I don't know if it's the outsourcing. Everybody's short on staff. But, yeah, we were talking about it a couple of weeks ago. I had a Dodge truck. 3 times I've warranted the solenoid body in the thing. And we're getting them straight from Chrysler.
Oh, wow.
And, okay, so there's got to be a certain amount of trust as well. Let's face it. I mean, in other words, you have somebody tell you something, and you decide if in fact it's going to work or not. If it doesn't work, it's up to the shop to be honorable on that, or it's up to I don't know. Sometimes guys, there's another thing we've said before. Sometimes you need loads of things, not just one thing, right?
Definitely true.
Yeah.
And
it's
fix
not
one
your
and
fault.
It finds 2 more.
And it's not your fault that it might need one thing. Multiple things. But people sometimes think, well, you might be putting us together. You know what I'm saying? How do we really know we need all that? What do you do in that case? I mean, to me, it's a matter of trust. There's got to be a certain amount of trust, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
you just got to be open and honest and just explain as best you can and show them what's going on.
Exactly.
That's all you can do.
All right, 303-713-8255. We have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
You said bye-bye to big government. Now it's time to trim the fat from big wireless. Pure Talk gives you the exact same service. They use the same cell towers, the same 5G network. You get better customer service, and you pay half the price for the exact same thing. Get unlimited talk, text, 15 gigs of data with mobile hotspot for just $35 a month. Make the switch. You simply dial pound 250, say the keyword save now, save an additional 50% off your first month. Pure Talk, America's wireless company.
And when we're talking about, let me find it, please. I'm sorry. When we're talking about stuff near and dear to your heart and pocketbook, real estate is the biggest investment we make. Frank Duran, the realestateman.com, is someone I've depended on for 30 years. You can depend on him too, whether you're buying or selling real estate. And here's the important part. He'll do a free analysis of your home, where it sits in the marketplace, the comparables, the surrounding properties, your property, the condition, the market, the supply and demand, the interest rates, mortgage rates, everything. He's going to give you a realistic view of what you can get for that house, what you'll net, what you can buy. It's all free of charge, complimentary. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com, 303-920-1622. Someone else I've known just as long, Joseph A. Lazzara, Lazzara. Look, I'm not going to sit here and pretend we're all perfect. Sometimes you're going to need a defense attorney. It might be a DUI. It might be some crazy stuff. One thing I do know, don't ever shop when you're under pressure, and then you're forced to make a decision. You put down a retainer. You don't know what the hell you're doing. Joe Lazzara will talk to you free of charge and give you free upfront consultations, okay? Then, if you decide to hire him, it's on a flat rate basis. You can trust him. Lazzara. Lazzara Legal's on our referral list at referralist.com. You can also find him at 303-429-6200, 429-6200. How much time, Bear?
4 minutes.
Thanks, man.
It's one of a kind, baby.
What's one of a kind?
Listen to that delay. Can you guys hear that? Can you hear it on his?
Yes, I can.
That's
yes, I
incredible. Do. Now the delay's gone. He turned down the monitor, that's why. Let's not forget that Tom said Biden would never drop out of the race, by the way, folks. Let's just say that. I'm not trying to influence the poll, but I'm just saying.
Thanks.
You know, Ryan's going, too, to the Inauguration. Tom, you're being awful quiet. What are you eating?
Mark, I got a check for $13 in the mail yesterday.
Insurance company.
Nope. It's from remember when my car got stolen?
Oh, yeah.
It was from restitution from the guy that stole it.
How much does he owe you total?
I don't know, a couple $100.
Wow.
And you can do $13 at a time.
Right.
I guess we know why you stole it.
Okay, now
I'm going to take the one with the duct tape on it.
We've done 2 polls so far. Now this next one is going to be crazy. Here it comes. Here it comes. Remember, people, honesty is the best policy. Honesty is the best policy.
We're not necessarily the most efficient practice.
Think it's always the best policy? What if I asked you if I looked okay today and you didn't think I did? Should you say, yeah, you look like shit, babe?
I'd be like, damn.
Maybe honesty is not always the best policy.
Hey,
okay,
Mark.
Here we go.
Mark, what kind of echo were you talking about?
When your monitor was up.
Agree with Suze.
Okay.
I say nothing.
It's hard to argue that.
It's going to be 100%, except for him.
Yes, I typically agree with myself.
Did you vote on your own?
I did.
See, well, at least honesty, once again, is the best policy. I voted on yours, too, but I refuse to say what I put.
There's a couple people that said no, they don't typically agree with me. Wow.
That was Mark, probably.
And Tom. And Kelly.
Hey, Mark, what is this about?
What?
Refresh Joe Lazzara spots? What the fuck? I mean, who's asking that?
Not me. I don't know what you talk about.
You got
Except on my concert choices.
Oh, let me look. I haven't logged in my email
Who's this
for a while.
who is his person?
Jessica. Hello, Tom and Mark. Thanks for your patience while I was out.
I'll take care of it.
Guys.
I'm
Thank you. Oh.
This hour from the Trajan Wealth K-House Studios.
Thanks,
Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter. 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Hey, Lee, haven't heard from you in a while, you scoundrel. What's going on?
I know. I've been retired and trying to make money to keep living and paying the bills, you know?
Okay.
That's just what I do.
Good.
But I heard you crying and because you needed people to talk about automotive. Well, I got one for you. Maybe you already know it. I don't know. You guys know a lot, and I'm sure you've already heard of this. But I discovered it, and it used to be 2 years. It's now or used to be 24,000 miles. Now it's 36,000 miles. And this is Christian Brothers. 36,000 miles now, they've put it. Or forever.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There's no time limit.
Help me.
I don't either. I just said it.
Lee, I don't know what. Lee, start from the beginning, man. I don't have any idea what you're talking about. Are you talking about the warranty on their own repairs?
Yeah, warranties on any repairs you get done in the thing. There are a couple of caveats, obviously. I don't know what they're not major. Any work that they do, they warranty it now.
But Lee, for example,
miles.
Sheridan Auto Tech has 3-year, 36,000 mile nationwide on everything.
Yep, everything.
Well, I don't know. Christian Brothers is around quite a while, but I'm talking this is forever. If you're retired,
does he work for Christian Brothers?
No, wait, and you're not going to drive 36,000 miles in the next 10 years. I do work up there. I have work done. It's warranted. Period. I don't even worry about the mileage.
So how, Lee? With Christian Brothers, by the way, with Christian Brothers, how long is their warranty?
Forever.
Okay.
On any repair that they do.
36,000 miles or, any repair they do, and even most of the parts, but there's some caveats with parts.
Brake pads are brake pads are warranted forever, and air filters warranted forever. Your oil change warranted forever.
I didn't say that. I didn't say you said that. I didn't say that.
Well, that's what we're asking you.
I don't know what the caveats are, but they're warranted. I've had to bring work back up there, and they tell me that I'm bringing my credit card in to pay for it or my cash to pay for it. They say, Lee, there's no charge. You were under warranty. Sure. And I said, well, that was 4 years ago. He says, hey, there's no time limit on it.
Our warranty lasts for 3 years or 36,000 miles, whichever comes first. That's literally on their website.
Well, call the Christian Brothers right by my house. I don't know exactly. They're on Bowles and Sims. And the guy will tell you, Chris, he was just on the phone. I had to verify it because I didn't quite remember the exact details. And he just told me. Again, except that it used to be 24,000 miles and unlimited time.
Sure. And there's a lot of parts around the town are lifetime warranty too. Most of the water pumps we put on are lifetime. Most of the alternators are lifetime. So yeah, lifetime's not unusual.
I don't know, man. Maybe not, but for somebody that's retired, and I used to drive a lot of miles. Okay.
Yeah.
I mean, I was a professional truck driver, so on. A lot of miles, but I don't drive that many miles now. So now that warranty really shines in my eyes. I don't care about its 24,000 or whatever the mileage is.
Yeah.
Because I'm not going to get there with it.
Yeah.
Okay. I just wanted to let you know that. And it's Christian Brothers. You're looking at Christian Brothers' site. This is the one on Sims and Bowles.
Well, they're all owned. They're all owned by the same company.
They're franchises.
They are franchises.
They're franchises.
They're all franchised.
What did they warranty for you?
Well, anything you get done.
What did you just have warranted that you had to put your credit card away for?
Yeah, good question. It was here on my Bronco. I never have had much warranty work on it. I got 181,000 miles on it.
Yeah, I smell a weird story.
Why? He's not going to do anything.
We're just asking what he just had. He just said, I went in to put my credit card down to pay. I got it.
What?
Okay.
What do you have?
I had to dump him, I think.
That was a BS.
I dumped him.
Okay, so what were you...
Dragons, you get him. I got to put him on.
No, it didn't come through. I didn't even hear it.
We're good.
What exactly...
Did you get it, Dragon?
I got it. We're good.
We're good. We got it.
What exactly, Mark, were you saying?
He said I was either I was full of shit or he just said bullshit.
What, Mark? You just
oh my
said
God,
Mark! Oh my gosh! Jeez, time out.
Did you take Mark down? Did we even have delay back up again or not?
Yeah, we're good. We're
People,
good.
I apologize for all the vulgarity ushering out of Mark's mouth. Anyway, we had
Mark's
to nix
in
a few.
timeout now.
Mark's in timeout. We'll bring him back later.
All right. 303-713.
No, I was just curious what Lee was able to get warranted. That's all.
Listen, it's car day. Let's talk about One Clear Choice Garage Doors. I love these people. I really do. They're so cool. They'll do adjustments, the doors, any part of the door itself, any part of the opener. They have new openers, Wi-Fi openers, cell phone operated, time to close features, battery backups. OneClearChoiceDoors.com for everything they offer and all of their prices. OneClearChoiceDoors.com.
This is Denver's Talk Station with Michael Brown in the morning and Dan Kaplis in the afternoon. 630 KHOW, Denver. Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Verdict with Ted Cruz Podcast.
Yeah, we're doing very well on the roadways out here. We've had one delay over in East Denver, East Colfax, in fact. And right now we're looking at lengthy delays. This is both directions in between basically Colorado and Downing. It's a good spot to miss 14th, either 13th or 14th actually would be good alternate routes. 270's back to normal after an 8-hour closure on the ramp from westbound to southbound Vasquez. Everything's been reopened. Pena's running just a little heavy coming out of the airport, and maybe a little stock show traffic I-70 west from Colorado to Brighton. With traffic, I'm Jonathan Steele.
I'm Ben Ferguson. And I'm Ted Cruz. How do we win? How do we enact Trump's legislative agenda? There's a huge debate right now in Congress over how to get it done. I take you behind closed doors and explain it all.
Download Verdict with Ted Cruz now wherever you get your podcasts.
Okay, now, if you are really, truly looking for a unique way to do your bathroom at a discount, discountbath.com can do it. Here's what I like about the way they do business. They truly believe in discounting. So they streamline the process. They have wonderful products and services. You're not shortcut, but you are getting discounts. I want you to check them out. The wonderful thing is you don't have to have them come to your house. They will give you prices on email without coming to the house. All you have to do is upload a video of your project or intended project, and you narrate, hey, I'd like to move this, I'd like to do that. They just want a general idea. You can videotape that bathroom that's unfinished in the basement, that's roughed in, or the hallway or the master, whatever. And then go to discountbath.com. You answer some questions, and then you upload the cell phone video. It's that easy. And then they'll give you a price. Discountbath.com. If you want to talk to them, you always can. The number is 720-979-2322.
We're going to get you a little shock collar.
I swear to what?
I can't believe you did that.
I honest to God can't believe.
We'll know in about 5 minutes.
I am so shocked.
What happened?
We'll find out.
Mark cussed on air.
Twice.
Yes, but we're back to back.
Yes.
And it was because you were commenting about the guy that cussed on air.
I cannot believe it.
So funny.
Oh, my God. Holy crapola. What did he say, says Tom. Mark goes, bullshit or shit or something. In Dragon's Oh, my God. I've never done... I had a guest one time that said, fuck,
And then he turned around and said, "Oh shit, I just said fuck."
Remember that one?
But that was a guest. I got a call from Lee Larson the next morning. God.
Hey, I was reading Christian Brothers Warranty. They do have a unique setup.
What is it? What's the lifetime?
3 years, 36, but it's whatever comes last.
Whatever comes last.
So say you have a 3-year warranty.
What you doing?
And you have 50,000 miles in the car in 2 years, you're still under warranty until 3 years is up.
Got it.
Or vice versa, what Tucker was trying to say.
It's not what comes first comes last.
But there is no forever. There is no forever.
No, there's some lifetime on some parts, but yeah, that's bad.
Yeah, I mean, radiators, we typically get...
What are you trying to do? Yeah. God, I couldn't believe it, man. You know what? Talk about a Doc moment.
Hill, you'll never live that.
If anybody asked, that was Doc.
Right.
It would have been funny if Doc got on and said, "No, he said bullshit."
You're lucky I can take it, Mark, without suing you for defamation.
Oh, God. Like the lady was going to sue the city of Lone Tree.
Is it libel or slander? Oh, it's slander, because libel is written.
Oh, Lord. That was just something. That'll go down in my book of what the fudge. All right, let's look where these polls ended up.
I closed my poll.
You did? Let's look at all the ends. So, people generally agree. Oh, come on, I can't get rid of this stupid screen now.
50-50 on Tom.
Let's see.
60-30 on you and 90-10 on me.
Of course.
Okay, first of all, I call
You don't say anything.
Right.
It is better to keep your mouth shut and be thought of as a fool than to open your mouth and remove all doubt.
Oh, my God.
10 seconds, guys. Mark, don't swear.
Lawyer on your side, call Fuller.com.
Denver's talk station. Online at khow.com.
Hi, Tom Martino, your troubleshooter, 303-713-TALK. Listen, Genesis Total Exteriors, somebody texted me and said, what about the mold mitigation? Do they have to come to the house? Yes. They have these tests they do. They don't have you do them. They do them. And the mitigation. Here's the important part, though. They're honest about it. Okay, that's the important part, genesistotalexteriors.com. And then I have a text here for Kevin. Kevin, do you offer tow services to your facility if they can't drive the car?
Yeah, we have a very large tow service we use, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, they're all over Denver.
Okay, that's good. 303-713-8255. Jeff Vick, is there a core value given to transmissions when you remove and exchange?
Almost 100% of the time. There are exceptions, but as a general rule, yes, there is.
They want to know, if they want to keep the core, does that make a big difference in the price?
It really depends on what your unit is. Some of them are only a few $100. Some of them can be a couple thousand.
Okay. Wow. And why is that? Because they use them to do the next transmission, right?
Correct. So it's more of an encouragement to have you return it. They'd rather have the core than have the core money.
Okay. Next text. I got this one a while ago, and I just found it. You guys are always, I don't think they mean this, are always dissing the DVM I know they don't mean that, DVM transmissions, or what is it, ACV trans?
The CVTs?
Yeah, and I know that's what they mean, because they said, the one that has hardly any gears. Does that mean to avoid them completely, or are they all bad? What's the story?
Some are better than others. I mean, particularly when it comes to Nissan, we
are they
pick on
are
Nissan
they going to be the
standard.
I mean, are basically most cars going to them?
In the passenger vehicle, yes. Some of the smaller crossovers, yes. But when you get into the truck market, they haven't been able to prove durability yet in order to introduce them.
So, what would you do if you had one to keep it going the longest?
There's nothing you can do that you wouldn't do to a conventional transmission.
Okay.
I mean, you just do a
if
service.
You treat them
That's all
both
you
the
can
same.
do.
If you treat them both the same, I'm asking straight up, will a conventional transmission last longer?
In most cases, yes.
Okay. And why? I thought the one with less moving parts would last longer.
If they made better parts for them, then that might actually work that way. But, either the technology is not there at the engineering level or the profitability is not in there in order to, make them durable enough to stay.
So bottom line is that, they're not all failures, but if you had your choice, you would go with conventional.
I would.
Wow. Okay. I mean, listen, this is a guy who builds. Now, of those CVTs, which ones are the best?
Probably Subaru. They're actually pretty big, beefy parts that are inside there. We don't see a whole lot of failures in them. I've probably replaced 2 or 3. The rest of the time, it's usually doing valve bodies and or torque converters.
How do you know if your car has a CVT? How do you even know? Does it say on the sticker CVT? I mean, really, how do you know?
Well, because it doesn't shift. I mean, you'll have when you're taking off, it'll just hold those RPMs, and you'll watch the tach go up and down as the pulleys expand or constrict.
Yeah, but come on.
But you're not going to have that shift shock in there.
I guess we can just go online and research, but what I'm saying is that you just asked, does it have a CVT transmission or something? I don't know.
Yeah, as long as your dealer knows what he's talking about.
Yeah, because most people can't. They don't know.
They really don't. The same with if it has a chain or a belt,
Yep.
a timing chain or a belt.
Exactly.
Right? And
yep.
Okay, so what's the biggest danger with a CVT? Is it self-adjusting? Does it have intelligence? Does it have a control module? What about it?
Well, I mean, all vehicles today are pretty intelligent, so they do adapt for wear and tear. To some extent, they'll even adapt to a particular driver. Kevin might have a timid foot, and whereas I drive with my foot down all the time. The computer will learn that. That's why occasionally, if you let your car to your wife or your son or something for a couple of days and you get it back and it just doesn't quite feel the same, it probably doesn't because the computer has started for those shift adapts and for spark curves and everything else to adapt to that driver.
This is a direct text based on what we're talking about. This came in quickly at my Google number, and I should just give that number out, people. It's 747-999-5280. They want to know this then. Hold on, where the heck did it go? Shoot. I'll find it and come back. But when we were talking about CVTs and something, they wanted to know, they want to know what kind of transmissions, if any, do electric cars have? Aren't they really constant velocity?
No, they're direct drive.
So there's no transmission. There's no transmission.
Mm-mm. Nope.
They have the pumpkin though, right, or not?
So there were some that did, yes. So where you had a single motor from the side, so they have basically.
But if we looked under Marc's Model S, we'll see a motor driving the front and the back, right?
Yeah.
And there's
probably
no
easier
transmission.
to see now since he's beating it up.
What's that?
I hit a rock the other day.
Oh, you
so
did?
I knocked out some of my it's just this big plastic piece. So we got to get it up in the air, and Jeff's going to eyeball it.
Oh, my goodness. All right, we have more coming.
I don't think anything. I think it's fine.
Okay, more coming right up.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Some normal Friday afternoon slowdowns through the downtown area. I-25 northbound showing speeds in the 40s and 50s between Alameda and Colfax. Southbound I-25 slow between Spear and Colfax. 6th Avenue eastbound, some major stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. Northeast of there through Commerce City, I-270 westbound, slower speeds between Northfield and Vasquez. If you're heading to DIA, I-70 eastbound, busy traffic from Peoria to 225. With traffic on Mark Swan.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red-Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red-Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
I've done a lot of talking about all kinds of investing, and one of them is becoming a landlord. But a lot of people don't want to do that with all the hassles and stuff. And Vestera Turnkey is offering another way without quite the conventional hassles. And in fact, they take away almost all of your hassles. And here's what they do. Vestera Turnkey has researched markets where real estate is appreciating fast, and also has great rentals. They help you buy one there. You own it. They help you find it and tell you when to sell it. They also, in between, have management companies, and they don't mark up all these fees. They're all passed along to you as a landlord. They even take your daily phone calls if you have any. You know, Vestera Turnkey is probably one of the best ways to be a landlord and get that 30 to 80% return over 1 or 2 years. And the most they'll have you in a home is 3 years, by the way. That's their philosophy. Keep getting you into better investments. Check them out, mybiggestrureturn.com, mybiggestrureturn.com. Red Rocks Roof and Solar. I don't know what to say about them, except if you want solar, get someone who knows it from the sales to the installation and the service, including grants, tax credits, financing, every aspect of the solar, from sales to keeping it running. They're good people. Check them out. Commercial systems, you can get them paid for 100%. 303-704-2449, 704-2449, redrocksrs.com.
Really? Who is this?
Hey, Tom, what's the Google number?
It is 747-999-50.
The car wash is texting me they're closing early.
747-999-50.
This one is...
Yeah, Cobblestone sending me stuff all day yesterday, too.
Ours is Liberty Express. Yep. I'm on the all-you-can-eat.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
I just drive in anytime I want.
It's right on our way to work, dude. It's crazy.
It's nice.
It is so nice.
Yep. And if you want to stop and do the vacuum or not or whatever, you just...
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love this one. It's brand new. It's really cool. Well, I must say, YouTubers, in 25 plus years on radio, I have never commented on someone cussing by cussing myself. Ever.
That's the first sign, though, isn't it, Mark?
It probably is more than the first sign.
You're going to start pushing buttons and stuff now? And
God. And Tom was he was literally asking me those. What did he say?
Yeah.
He said shit or bullshit. In Dragon, we got it, right? 100%.
You're so worried.
100% positive.
Oh, my God. Who was here when I had to walk into Brenda's office?
Me. That was me, too.
God.
At least we were in a commercial break at the time, and you're like, oh, let me turn my mic on to talk to Tom. F-bomb this.
I walk in, so Brenda's in her office with Jess, and they're both in there, and I'm out the door, and I'm like, can I come in? And I said, look, I got to get back on the show real quick, but I just dropped the F-bomb during a commercial. And they go, what do you mean during a commercial? I said, I turned my microphone on and said, fuck, and then turned it off and left on accident.
Oh, my God.
And then when we leave, guess who's walking in the building? And he's pointing at me laughing. Fucking Logan.
Yes.
He's like, oh, years ago I did that.
Oh, that was so brilliant.
That truly was. If you could take what we refer to as a Tom and what we refer to as a Doc and put them together, I did a Dom. A talk.
Okay.
I like that better. A talk.
Put that down for the lawsuit.
Yep.
I have my...
Oh, my God.
That's note for my attorney on who's listening quietly on YouTube. Put that down for the lawsuit, too.
It was, I think last week he came back from break. I was at home.
I know.
Maybe it was this week. I don't remember.
First time in 45 years in Denver.
He drops shit.
First time.
One time you came back, too. You thought you were on the air. You didn't hit your mic button or something. So I jump in and I start the show. And you can tell he's wondering why I'm starting the show because he's talking, but no one can hear you, Tom.
I know it. Oh, shit.
Yeah, I don't think Brenda's ever had anybody walk in her office going, hey, I just dropped the F-bomb. Most people are more like, listen, no one's going to say anything.
Hey,
I
when
was
do
like,
we,
there is no way no one's
guys,
saying
when is it going to actually be banned, like where we can't tune it in?
I think he's going to do an executive order to somehow.
Yeah, but I think that's supposed to be implemented this weekend.
The 19th.
The 19th?
What about VPN?
10 seconds,
What do you
guys.
think Trump's
My
going to
God,
do?
are you addicted to...
In for the first time since being sworn in as district attorney in the new 23rd Judicial District. Friday at 2 on 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. What's on your mind? I want to bring some stuff up, and then, of course, we'll take all of your calls, problems, questions, complaints. There's never a rhyme or reason for calls on this show. But anyway, I find this incredibly eye-opening. So, if you took auto mechanics, would you say they have more trust than distrust in the marketplace in general? Regarded very high, very low, or average? What would you say the majority of people rule them as? High trusted, low trusted, or average trusted? And that would be an auto mechanic.
I'd probably say on the lower end. In all actuality, it's just been a built stereotype over so many years. You know, once you've gotten an established relationship with somebody, then you know who you can trust. But, I mean, I can't tell you how many women come in and say, well, I'm a woman. I don't want to get taken advantage of. You know,
You'll be surprised
I don't want you
to
talking
know
over my head.
This is a massive survey by Gallup. And 33% of the people highly regard auto mechanics as trustworthy. That's an all-time high, 33%. Now, 12% regard them as dirtbags. That's my words, not Gallup. Gallup just calls it very low trust. Okay. But here's the really cool thing. 52% say, hey, they're pretty good. So you really, if you take the average, if you take the 52% who really say they're pretty good, right? They're not excellent, they're not bad. And then you take 33%, that's basically 85% of the population who don't think you're dirtbags. I mean, I find that pretty cool. And just as a measure, you measure higher than judges and clergy. Do you know that with clergy, only 30% of the people find clergy to be highly regarded? 20% say they're dirtbags. 42%, they're okay. Now, what do you think about
Tom, just let me ask you a question.
The lowest.
Don't you think it would be interesting when it comes to clergy to divide it into priests, rabbis, and imam, and see if it's consistent through all three major religious groups?
This might break it down, Doc. I haven't done that. It might. But listen to this. Majority of negative, the three top negatives.
Congress.
Absolutely, Mark. 68% dirtbags, 8% highly regarded. Who would be the next one, Mark?
And the 8% are spouses.
Who would be, Mark? Okay,
lawyers. Lawyers would be number 2.
No, lobbyists. Who are lawyers, most of them. Only now.
No, who were congressmen.
So it's
what about media?
That's in the majority of negative for TV media, TV reporters. TV reporters, people regard 55% of them as dirtbags. Or, excuse me,
talk show hosts?
No, 55% of the people regard them as dirtbags. 13% regard them as okay. Now let's go and see if I can find if they. I don't know if they do radio talk show. I'm looking right here. They do. Let's see. I don't see. No, I do not see that in the breakdowns. It's funny. I saw TV reporters. Oh, I do see newspaper reporters, and newspaper reporters. 45% of the people regard them as dirtbags. 37% say they're okay. They're almost like TV reporters. They have a little more highly regarded. They're 17% of the population highly regards them, whereas...
Is the Supreme Court judges on there, Tom?
Let's see. Yes. Not Supreme, all judges. Now, again, they might break them down. Now, as far as judges in general, the largest portion of the population in the middle, 43% say they're okay. 28% say they're highly regarded. 26% of the population thinks they're dirt bags. You will be shocked at some of these others, like the medical industry. That has really changed since, guess what? Since COVID. COVID gave them a black eye. You know that? Now they're bouncing back, by the way. And it's coming back strong. More on this and your calls coming up.
You said bye-bye to Bill.
Stupid.
Way to go, Mark. You made another segment without swearing.
Yay! Go, Mark!
Oh, he's not even listening. Dang.
I can't believe I have to do this for 8 weeks.
Bro, it's a sleepy day today.
Nap time!
Yep. It's been a sleepy couple weeks.
My wife and sister mountain house is haunted.
Oh, really?
The first people who bought it was a couple out of
I'll be right back.
Las
I'm
Vegas.
leaving.
Yeah.
And they pretty much just started. All they had was a foundation. I don't know what happened to her, but she died.
In the house?
No, their house wasn't built yet. They just started the foundation.
She just died during the building.
But so it sat open for a while until the people before us bought it.
Yeah.
And she ended up having a heart attack and driving off a cliff. She lived for 6 months before she expired. But she was back at the house and everything else. Well, I get notifications all the time about a person seen on one of the cameras and whatnot, and there's never anybody there.
Never.
I've got the exact same system at the shop, and I don't have that malfunction.
Haunted stuff?
And you get a lot of traffic over that shop.
Yeah, if it says a person there, there's a person there.
Yeah. That's wild. No animal movement?
Oh, well, let's go to animals separately.
So that's
it recognizes animals.
So I used to be...
I've gotten 4 notifications of a person on the lot today.
My AV company.
It's like, oh, Nancy's out walking around.
We had MPI, meeting professionals internationally. And I was on the board. And we stayed at the Hotel Delaware up in Leadville.
You're so funny.
That probably is the creepiest place.
You guys just going to stay home and... well, what time? When are you leaving on Sunday?
Well,
her flight's like at 11.
I'm gonna look. Make
so
sure
I think you're leaving the house
History
around
place,
8.
So Doc Holliday used to gamble there.
Frontier's got some shit that's fucking far away now.
Brown,
Yeah, and then you walk outside.
Yeah, then you go outside.
To get on the plane,
It's
to board
freezing.
and deboard, deplane.
Thrill
especially
of
for
having
Vegas.
us all.
They have
There was
a
like
lot of that for
15
Vegas.
people on it.
I mean, dude, it is so...
It's like
you go down...
it's
you've
gate
been
like
in Terminal
140
A, right?
or something.
So picture going the furthest you could in Terminal A.
place where,
Usually that's like 2 or 3
know,
of those walkers.
There's notches.
So you're at the end.
Yeah,
What they did is they
there's
built a
notches
staircase
on
or an
the
escalator.
bedpost
You go down the escalator, then you walk about double what you did up top.
And it had this.
And then you come to the very last. It's Frontier and Frontier only.
It had this weird.
Everything's outside. There's no walkway.
That was like.
So you go outside and you get on a
like
ramp
and
zigzag up.
If you will.
But they did put a Breckenridge brewery down there, so that's good.
Yeah, there's a Breckenridge brewery.
The beer selection's decent.
I think.
I just took Mike Bassett's
it had
advice on that, and I just carry shoes.
Creepy ass.
Oh,
because they're all legal. You can get.
Oh, I cannot do hard alcohol anymore.
Oh my God, I did. Where did I do that shot of tequila? And I was like, oh God.
That might have been at the house.
Maybe. I was like, oh, I wish I didn't do
I've
that.
been into red beer lately, like Clamato juice and like a Mexican lager. Oh my God,
Wait,
that's
tomato juice and beer mixed.
Yeah.
Clamato.
Well, Clamato.
It can use tomato juice.
You can use tomato, and then with Tabasco and tahini. Ken, it is so good.
As long as you don't overmix it.
Yeah,
I've done that.
I let the professionals handle
Well,
that.
after you've had 3 or 4 of them, it gets real easy to do.
I didn't tell Mark, but I did buy some Clamato juice recently because I wanted to try to make my own. I thought we had some Mexican lager like Corona in the fridge, but the kids must have drank it all. Cause
I will not ever try chlamydia juice. Ever.
Chlamydia.
Ever.
Chlamydia juice. Yeah, savvy. Micheladas, however you say it. Oh, yeah, add pickle juice. Hell yeah. And Tabasco sauce and tahini and, oh my gosh. The spicier, the better.
Oh, Lord. So, if I think I'm missing a chunk this big, and I don't think there's any other damage. I mean, there's no difference. The only reason I even knew it happened is
it was loud.
We felt it, but I didn't think anything of it. But then we saw the plastic. So, what are you suggesting if that's the case? Those pieces you put back?
As long as there's enough of them there, you can.
Yeah. Okay.
Well, it's all cracked plastic, Jeff.
Well, and they make what's called plastic welding.
Oh.
Okay, which is basically like a glue gun, basically.
Yeah.
And then you have plastic strips, and you melt them.
I figured worst scenario, I grab a piece of plastic from something that's similar, cut out a square of it, and then just screw.
How much clearance do you have before you hit anything crucial under there?
I don't know, man, but it's electric. I don't think there's shit except for the battery. So
drive a screw through a battery, see what happens.
Oh man, could you imagine? I bet you the casing on that battery is so hard you couldn't drill into it.
How much you want to bet?
Have you seen them?
Well, I don't want to put screws in there until I know.
Big deal. You leak a little battery juice.
You're going to be leaking a lot more than that. You hit that thing.
All I had were 4-inch screws. What was I supposed to do?
I wonder if anybody's ever been drilling like drywall into something.
Yes.
And they go right into their hand.
Oh. Well, I don't know about their hand, but I know they've hit electrical.
Oh, sure. God, yeah. I love metal studs. They're my favorite. You can hang a TV. You can hang anything. They're easy to find. They're the best.
So I talked to this construction guy.
10 seconds, guys.
I said, do you think it's...
On our website, Grand. That's Grand. Enter it now at khow.com. Keep listening to win on 630 KHOW.
Ripped off, bad news. You need advice so you don't have to lose. We'll come running just as fast as we can. Troubleshooter's gonna help the common man.
This is the Troubleshooter Show. Now, Tom Martino.
Hello, Tom Martino here. Welcome to the show. 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Hey, it's car day. And as car days go, we haven't had as many calls as usual, but we do have, of course, a lot going on texting and email wise. I've been trying to parse through. Plus, we've been having overall general discussions. And someone told me, basically in a long email, but I'm going to summarize it, that TikTok is one of the biggest dangers to American security. I mean, so I'm not, look, people have all kinds of views on it. But do you realize there are millions and millions of young people that actually make a living on it? It's their sole source of income. I didn't realize how many people make money. And
big time, man.
And of course, do you remember one of the earliest TikTok stars? Charlie, was it? Forgive me for not knowing her name. I'm not a TikTok star. But DeMeo, Charlie, you've heard of her, right, guys? I mean, somebody has. It's like big time. I mean, she makes millions a year. Millions. So is there a way to thwart it? Yes, there is. Oh, it's Charlie D'Amelio. She has 155.8 million followers. Katie Lame has 162.
Well, the biggest is Cabane Lame.
Yeah, that's it. That's what I meant.
162.4.
Yeah, that's what I just, yeah. I maybe I didn't, I said maybe I didn't say it right.
Charlie's second, yeah.
Yeah. Now, Charlie was the original, though, the original big beast. Now, speaking of beasts, there's a guy named Mr. Beast. And it's amazing what this has done. Now, Zach King,
how are we going to survive without the input of these fellas?
By the way, I love
Tom. Do you know what
I just want to say this.
Does?
I love Zach King. I actually follow him. Okay, go ahead.
Do you know what Mr. Beast does?
He gives away stuff, right?
It's amazing what he does. He'll have a couple of people come in, and the third person will win 40 automobiles, or if you can hold your hand on a private jet, the longest out of 25 people, he gives you the jet. He gives away millions and millions of dollars every year.
Yeah. So, yeah, and there's also, but there's the top 5 or top 6. They make millions of dollars a year on this. Now, of course, even minor players make money. And it's really usurping YouTube. It's becoming, it has become the biggest social media site. But I heard that you can thwart the ban. Let's just say Trump doesn't do anything. I don't know if Trump has the authority to do away with this. This is a law, right? Wasn't this ban passed by Congress?
Yeah, so it has to go away on the 19th. They did that last ditch effort with the Supreme Court, but my understanding is on the 19th, that's it. I mean, Congress passed it, and then Biden signed it, and come the 20th, after the inauguration, I would assume Trump might be able to do something, but I have no idea what kind of an executive order would overturn Congress.
An executive order cannot overturn legislative action.
Well, that's arguable, but yeah.
Well, what do you mean?
It's not supposed to.
Well, they can't.
I mean, Biden doing an executive order where they no longer had to remain in Mexico while waiting for asylum, how it was during the Trump years when he had an executive order that changed that. That basically changed everything, and it overrode our current laws.
But I don't know. I don't know. I think Biden reversed Trump's executive orders. I think it was executive order versus executive order. I don't think it was law versus executive order. I mean, it could, but I don't think so. From what I'm reading here is legislative matters have to be overturned legislatively. You can't just, or of course, before they become a law, a president can refuse to sign the law or veto it, and then they can try to overpower your veto. But basically, they say, he doesn't have the power, but we'll see. Now, here's what I'm saying, though, Mark. You first introduced me years ago to VPNs, so you can actually sign on as if you're in Italy, right? Or in a city.
VPNs are they're very interesting, and let me tell you why. I've learned a lot about this. I have a VPN. I use it all the time.
Virtual Private Network. So go ahead, Mark.
Yeah. So what it does is it's mostly to hide yourself for whatever reason. It doesn't matter. Good, dubious. It doesn't matter to hide yourself. So the one I use, which is PIA, Private Internet Access, I can log into it and choose virtually any country or most of them. And then I can choose any state. I can do whatever I want. And then let's say I do that. Let's say there's a boxing match that I want to see in the United States. It's on pay-per-view, but in Mexico, you can watch it for free over the airwaves. So I could log in on Mexico, find a local TV station that has streaming, and watch the fight. So there's an example of using it. Some people use it to download movies. They might have a movie collection, and basically they'll log onto the VPN so no one knows who they are when they're downloading movies so they don't get kicked off their internet provider. But VPNs aren't nearly as good as what you're thinking. If you're on something like FanDuel or any of these betting sites, I don't care which one it is, there's other ways to verify where you are besides a VPN. So there's a good chance a VPN would not work for TikTok for the average Joe. There's always people that know how to get around stuff. But for the average person, if it's anywhere designed like an app, like FanDuel or anything else, you simply can't do it. I can log into Colorado from Wyoming on FanDuel, but I can't bet because it knows I'm in Wyoming. Even if I log in using my phone on a VPN to Colorado, it simply knows where I'm at because my phone, of course, has a GPS, and when I agreed to the terms of that app, it says we will judge your location not by your internet IP, but by your real location of the phone.
Okay.
So you're not going to be able to get on TikTok is what I'm telling you, Tom.
Bottom line. Wow. So
I didn't know you were such a TikTok fan.
No, not at all. Not at all, Mark. It's not the fan of TikTok. It's the concept of banning stuff. But I'll admit, I don't know the extent of the alleged threat. I think
it's pretty big.
Yeah, and it may be. All I've done is I really haven't immersed myself in the news of the day about it. Like, what exactly are they gathering? Apparently, they're attaching themselves to like high value targets, but they have identified people that they have turned to literally spy. I didn't know that. I mean, I didn't know any of it.
Well, they ran a campaign. Listen to this. I'll tell you how strong it was. They ran a campaign when this first went to Congress, before it got passed. They went out to every TikTok member telling you to call your congressman. So you had the Chinese government literally telling millions, if not a billion people to contact your congressman and make sure they don't ban TikTok because they want to take away your rights and take away everything. They did that. Then I also want you to think of something else. In China right now, there's no Facebook, there's no Twitter. The Chinese government will not allow any of that stuff unless they agree to give the Chinese all the information. And of course, these people aren't going to do it. I think at one point Zuckerberg did do it with Facebook up to like 08 or 09, but then it got so crazy he just stopped jumping through Chinese hoops. So I guess what I'm saying is, if they don't allow our companies over there, why the hell would we allow their company over here?
Okay. Tit for tat. Got it. I understand that.
Yeah, or tariff for tariff.
Okay. What do you think, guys? I mean, I don't think we're in the age group that cares, right? Maybe we're not even the ones to...
But, TikTok per se is not being banned, just the ownership. If an American was to buy it, whether it's, Elon Musk or one of the sharks, TikTok won't be banned. So they're really not banning TikTok, Tom.
Actually, anybody looking at buying it? I mean, I don't even think...
Kevin from Shark Tank and definitely Elon is interested, sure.
But I hear that they don't. That,
and it will be banned on January 19th unless the popular social media platform cuts ties with this China-based parent company. So there is no way it's not going down on the 19th. I wouldn't know how that happens. And so for people out there going, well, how would they do that? Well, there's so many different ways. They can go to AT&T, they can go to Verizon, and they can go to Google. They can go and tell Google that, and Apple, anybody that has this app on their phone, you got to kill the app. And they have the power to just pull the app right from your phone, believe it or not. Your carrier can do it, the Google store can do it, the iStore can do it, or whatever the hell is it called. There is a million ways to make it disappear.
Anyway, ByteDance is the owner, right? And they say they're not selling.
Well, they're going to lose all that revenue.
Well, see, does ByteDance get to own a minority share? I mean, what were the terms? I don't even know.
I'm more curious if they don't shut it down on the 19th, how that works. Because the ban is supposed to go into effect on the 19th come hell or high water. So if they don't ban it, what happens? Because, I mean, that's like a big issue right there.
Now, there is big discussion in Washington, the FAA rulemaking committee, on what to do with UAS or BVLOS, basically unmanned aircraft beyond visual line of sight. So I'm going to talk about that coming up. And, of course, your calls take priority, 303-713-TALK. Andrew has an issue on litigation. Mac has a valuation. So, Mac, we'll take you first. Go ahead. What is going on with your 2016 Toyota?
I'm looking to sell my dad's 2016 Tacoma private party, and it's got 68,000 miles, and you said to call for values. I just wanted to see what your opinion was. Obviously, NADA and we'll give you the values, but it's at the Tacoma, so somebody will pay a little bit more for it. I just wanted to get the car guys.
Well, also it has low. How many miles?
68. He's retired. Doesn't drive it.
I think petty details will tell him exactly what it's worth. Real numbers.
But wait a minute, man. This is a gem, guys. Isn't 68,000 miles pretty low?
Most definitely.
And
for 7-year-old car.
And it's a Tacoma. So the Tacoma is the one under the Tundra, right? The little one?
Yep.
Okay, hold on. Let's talk about it, and we'll come right back to you. I'm Tom Martino.
The new year means new health goals, not just for your body, but your finances too. Your personal info is in so many places that are outside of your control. It only takes one mistake, and not even your mistake, to expose you to identity theft and lost funds. If your identity's stolen, LifeLock's restoration specialist will fix it, guaranteed, or your subscription money back, and resolve to make identity, health, and wealth part of your New Year's goals with LifeLock. Visit LifeLock.com and save up to 40% off your first year with promo code CLAY. Terms apply.
Hey, GenesisTotalExteriors.com does everything inside and outside your house, and they do great painting. Right now, they have specials on interior painting, and they do a great job. But call them for anything inside your house with the cold weather now. GenesisTotalExteriors.com, a company I've known and trusted for many, many years, like 30. 303-679-8509. John Fuller is a personal injury attorney. I hope you never need him, really, but at the first sign of trouble, a collision, even if you don't know what's going to happen, call John, talk to him, free of charge, legal information. Maybe he'll even value your case, tell you what to do next. Never a charge, always complimentary. If you hire him, you still... Now, by the way, nobody usually talks to you up front like that, but then if you hire him, it's still no out-of-pocket. It's on a percentage fee basis. John Fuller, Fuller. Callfuller.com's that website, callfuller.com, and the number is 303-597-4500. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. I love saying that. I've been saying that for 30 years. I made it up. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Also, You can do a free market analysis of your home to find out where it fits in the market, what it will sell for, what you'll net, what you can buy. All of this information is free and very, very detailed. I say it's more important than an appraisal. It shows actual performance based on his numbers of 30 years. Frank Duran, therealestateman.com. Call for this complimentary service, 303-920-1622. I love tradition. Have you noticed all of my sponsors have been with me for years and years and years? And I know them. Like the original Gravinas, GravinaWindows.com. They've been on my referral list more than 20 years. The original Gravina family sprouted from Dad, then to Larry, now to his son Nick, and they're on 950 West Evans. Good people, 50 lines of windows, multiple lines of doors, siding. The name is choice when it comes to them. Choice and heritage. The things you want when you're doing home improvements. You don't want to be pushed to one product. 303-472-8462. 303-472-8462. Mr. Beast is trying to buy TikTok. Have you heard that?
I don't even know who that is. I know who Mr. Wonderful is, but...
Kevin O'Leary?
Yeah, but Mr. Beast? Who's Mr. Beast?
I have no idea.
He's
He's just some crazy guy that gives tons of stuff away.
The value's like $200 or $300 billion. There's no individual that's going to be buying it.
It's an American YouTuber guy. That's who it is.
I'll buy it on payments.
Yeah. But they're all switching over to this Red Book anyway. That's what it's.
What's Red Book, guys?
It's a new app that's
It's like an alternative, I think, for TikTok.
Who's it
Is
owned
that
by?
Chinese too?
I think it is.
Yeah, but people are already complaining about it though, because it's really glitchy. It's got all sorts of issues with it. I don't do either one of them, so I have no idea.
I mean, if I'm on TikTok, it's to see a dog video, like a cute German Shepherd or something.
Boo-hoo. The people can't have little videos and make millions of dollars.
Mm-hmm.
Boo-hoo. But I guess a lot of people advertise on there. That's how the influencers make money.
They said, my builder used to follow it. He said years ago they actually had some pretty good news information on there.
Never. Fuck never.
Who ended up, who was our wills and probate guy? He ended up with a bunch of TikTok followers.
Blake.
Blake Harris ended up with like 2 million followers on that thing.
I don't, was it that many?
Shorts.
Yep.
It was a lot. I don't know if it's 2 million.
I don't think so. It was dreadful and terrible. Did you ever see his posts?
Once in a while, I know.
I mean, there'd be a shot of him walking down the street in Miami and people coming up saying, "Are you the one?"
And everybody was jealous.
250,000 followers.
Yeah.
1.2 million likes, Blake.
Well, that's.
Says the Supreme Court is issuing that ruling right now.
Is he on there?
They did. It's over. Yeah, he's on there big time. The reason it's offshore asset protection. I mean, that's all he talks about. How to move your money offshore. I mean, that's the whole shtick.
I like him.
I do too. He's smart as hell. He was fidgety as fuck, man. He'd come in here. He wouldn't sit the whole time.
Yeah, he was like, he stood. He's like, can I just stand?
Yeah.
Like right here.
The whole time.
He's like 6 feet tall.
10 seconds, guys.
Trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com. Denver's talk station. 630 KHOW.
All right. Mac, from what I can find online in all sources, a 2016 Toyota Tacoma has an unusual value, bro. It can be because of your condition. They say a minimum for that car is going to be like 20 grand minimum, and you can get up to 30. What condition is it in?
It's in immaculate condition. He's retired, and he
Okay.
just
Any up packages?
What
What trim?
trim?
What trim?
What trim
packages?
package?
I think it's the SR5. It's not the off-road one. It's the different version, and it's 2-door access cab, and it's blue.
Is it all-wheel
Automatic.
drive? Is it 4-wheel drive?
Yeah, they're all 4-wheel drive. Yep.
Okay. So in that case, I'm going to cars. Yeah.
Yeah, with the 2-door in that trim, it's probably towards the bottom end of that.
Okay.
They say there have been. Listen, they have sold between 9,000 and 27,500, depending on the mileage. But in the Denver area, the minimum they have sold for is 23,800 to 30,900.
Okay.
Do you already have
Thanks
a
for getting
buyer?
on.
Do you already have a buyer lined up for this thing?
No, I do not.
I mean,
how much
He's,
do you want for
he's-
it, man?
He's hearing impaired.
How much do you want for it?
Well, Tom, he's hearing impaired, so I'm his son. I'm going to help him.
How much do you want
he
for
wants
it?
to buy a brand new one.
How much do you
Well,
want
I like
for it?
that 30 number, but I can give you my number off air, Tom.
Well, I'm not looking at it, but I mean, if somebody calls, give your number off the air. And basically, I would say, guys, I don't know what you think. I think if he gets 25,
He should talk to Rod and
Talk to
consign
Rod
it.
and see what he can do over
I
there.
mean, the flat rate price for Rod to consign it. He takes care of everything. It's a safe deal. You know you're going to get your money. I don't know why you deal with the hassle.
yeah, consignment's a great idea. You know, Rod? Call Rodney over at JFR Cars.
JFR Cars. Okay.
Yeah, and she'll give you the number.
Thank you very much.
And it's Rodney we deal with over there. Thanks,
Thank-
man. Let's talk to Andrew. Andrew, what's up?
Yeah, hey, how you doing?
Good, man. What's happening?
Yeah, I got a 2010. Good. A 2010 F-150, and the guy I bought it from replaced all the coils and did everything, and it's still missing.
Now, when you
And
say
I took it down to
missing,
the shop.
is
they
it
scanned
missing? Is it missing all the
misfiring.
time?
Yeah, it is now.
So you
And then
start it up,
this
and
2 days
it
ago, I
just
took it-
starts. And can you drive?
Yeah, you can still drive it. It's just bouncing. It starts bouncing on you when you put it in drive or reverse. And the funny thing is, I took it to the shop 2 days ago, and the guy put it on the scanned it, and it set everything from the catalytic converter on up. And then I left the shop, and then it just started running fine. So it was perfect. And this morning, I got into it, and I went to leave to go to work, and it started doing the same thing.
It sounds to
So
me
I
like a
don't know.
computer issue if it's just haphazardly misfiring. But guys, you're the experts. What do you think?
What codes are you getting if you scan codes when it's missing? Is this a misfire code, or do you get other codes?
It was something with the timing sensor fault. I didn't get the numbers.
Yeah, you got
and
what
then
they call
you-
phasers on the timing chains inside that motor can be starting to stick. So they stick in one direction or another, and that's where you start getting the misfires from.
So what would cure that?
Okay, and would it come on like intermediately?
Yes, it could be. How many miles are on this?
140, 142.
Yeah, that's about right.
What would
Yeah.
cure it, man?
Yeah,
What's
you
the
end up-
fix?
Well, you
What's
end
the
up,
fix?
You end up changing out the timing chain and the phasers.
Pardon?
Timing chain and phasers inside the front of the engine has a timing chain, 2 phasers, 4 phasers, depending on the motor. But it's a chronic Ford problem.
Oh, is it? Okay.
Yeah, especially with
Because I was
mileage,
just thinking
150,000 miles.
So
yeah.
what's worst case scenario on
I
repairs?
was doing it like intermediate. 'Cause
You're probably
all of a sudden
about-
it was running great, and then all of a sudden it just
Hold
sat
on,
for
Andrew.
overnight, and then it
Andrew?
Yeah, you could be anywhere $2 to $3 grand. You may try some oil conditioner, see if that'll help clean it up. Like BGMOA or anything like that may help prolong it, but it's inevitable on those.
Man,
motors.
that's a lot of money.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Well, the guy was talking to be wise just to swap the engines on, but that'd be something to look into.
Oh, no,
or
no. Why would
just
you
get
do
rid
all
the
of
truck.
that?
Well, depending on what you get a motor for, sure.
Really?
Yeah, sure.
But wouldn't that eventually have the same
depending on the
thing?
mileage. Well, if you get a rebuilt motor and put it in there, no, you're way ahead of the game. I wouldn't put another used one in.
Yeah, correct. then the motor would be warranted, right?
If it's $2 or $3 grand to fix what he's got, what would it be to rebuild the motor he has?
8 to 10, probably.
Oh. How about to remove and exchange? Same.
Construction not even worth that. No.
Well, that's all together. Yeah, that's all in one.
Sorry about that, man.
Well,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'll try some BG and see if we can get a couple more 100 miles out
I
of it
would.
anyway.
I'd try that first, sure.
Okay, and what was the name of that?
It's called a BG product, and it's the motor oil additive, or the initials are MOA. You can get it on Amazon. You get it at Napa, a lot of different places.
All right, I'll try that. So I was maybe thinking maybe it was something, just maybe like the ignition,
Kevin,
maybe
is
wire
it possible,
or something.
Is it possible that a BG product could clean it up and he won't need the repair?
It would prolong it. He will need the repair eventually. But it is sludge that contributes to it. So if he can clean that up, he may get some miles before he has to do it. Yeah.
How many miles?
He's probably on borrowed time now, but, if he can clean it up and get another 5,000-10,000, another year out of it before he has to do it, why not?
All right. Now, JP, you have a comment on the TikTok ban. Go ahead.
Yeah, guys, good afternoon. Just a couple of things, and I got most of this off summary from the Supreme Court ruling this morning, but the biggest issue with TikTok's ownership is the potential for accumulating data off of people's phones. And 63% of the U.S. population from 12 to 17 years old has that app on their phone. The concern is that China will be accumulating data on those people. And 20 years from now, when they're elected to be in Congress or they're in the military, they could come back and blackmail those people with all the information that they've got on them.
Sure can.
And the other aspect, Mark was saying that what happens if they don't get rid of it on the 19th. What I had heard was there's a $5,000 a day per user fine for any corporation that supports that platform after the 19th. So it would turn out to be a $1.7 billion a day fine to continue to operate that platform on your service.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
Well, and that's why they're saying that the legal departments of these corporations just can tell them we can't even afford to wait one day in case the 19th, the 20th with new president comes in. That's $1.7 billion if they decide to come after us. And there's a 5-year statute of limitations on that. So even if Trump were not to go after them for the fines, the next president could.
I don't know how, I don't know how Trump could do anything to change this right now besides negotiate something. The enforcement of those fines, though,
break when you can, Tom.
Just from the student loan debacle, where some people, I ended up paying for their college. We know the president can do certain things, even if the Supreme Court rules one way. You're not supposed to do that, but they still do it. So I guess he could tell the Justice Department, just like Biden told the Justice Department to go after Trump, he could tell the Justice Department not to go after TikTok. So, I mean, I don't know how any of that's going to unfold. Did you notice, Tom, how I got some political shots in there?
Yeah. We got, wait.
The legislation included language. Go ahead. The legislation included language that the executive branch could offer a 90-day waiver extension if there was substantial progress in the transaction of selling the corporation.
And there hasn't been any.
And the Biden administration doesn't think there's been enough progress. They question whether they would have the authority to do it. Now, Trump tomorrow or on Monday may know that there is substantial progress, but it's still one day after the ban should have started, and that puts everybody at risk of a $1.7 billion fine if they operate one day into it.
Got it. We got to take a break. I'm Tom Martino, 303-713-TALK, 713-8255. Don't forget Compass Insurance Group for insurance checkups, 303-996-9000. Get the best prices or know that you're paying great prices, 303-996-9000.
when
sense.
some phones link and do things, you could inadvertently pick up somebody else's data from their phone. You know, like the general's daughter playing with his phone or something. Who knows?
Dan, what's happening, man?
Yeah, but when you're talking a 20-year term, you're going to develop a pattern.
Yeah.
Winds are starting to pick up.
I was watching that a little bit ago.
Yeah, it's coming. We have no.
I wonder if that wind's cold. Probably, huh?
Probably going to get there pretty quick. They said it's going to drop to 10 like in an hour or something.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, damn it. I think I might have a sweatshirt in the car. Oh, it's snowing in Laramie.
You see all this hoo-ha about cooking food in beef tallow now instead of vegetable oil?
See, Susie, for some of us, it's a perfect
I've been
weekend to
saying that
stay in
for
and watch
100 years.
football.
Oh, yeah.
I render every brisket I make. I render a ton of tallow.
I've never tried to make it. I don't use vegetable oil.
I'll watch
For
football with
anything.
Mark.
Yeah, with
What's
Mark,
that?
not by yourself.
Well, I'll say this, Ken. When he's out of town and it's football season, a lot of times I put it on for background noise because it's comforting. Isn't that weird? It's not, it's just a little comforting to
Right,
hear
you
it.
think he's there somewhere.
Kinda,
But you have like 8 dogs, 16 cats, and 2 kids to keep you company, right?
But there's still something missing.
It's just too damn quiet.
Yeah.
I can't hear that blowhard over in the other room.
You should see our little Aussie when he's screaming at the football game or politics. Freaking freaks out. Jumps up into my lap like he's about to beat her or something.
Okay.
My wife's actually louder at the football games than I am.
Really?
She's actually
She
more
loves-
of a
yeah.
she's more of a sports fan than I. If I miss the game, I don't care.
Yeah.
So
Yeah. If I can get out and do yoga, Ken, I'll be happy. Well, I don't know if I'll be able to.
Got a page from my insurance company, a non-renewal thing. So I call my agent.
Which one is it?
Employers, my business insurance.
Oh,
Because my agent is no longer associated with them, and I called my agent, he didn't know about it.
You mean they ghosted him
and I'm
without
like,
telling him?
Dude, what the hell?
it's not your workman's comp, is it?
No, it's the
the other
business
one.
liability.
Yeah.
And umbrella.
Like auto keepers? Don't you have
Yeah,
to give it
shop
garage
keepers.
keepers
Yeah,
or
garage
something?
keepers,
I remember we used to have that.
That and that. And then he's like, well, we got till April 1st. Don't worry about it. It's like, dude, my policy expires March 1st.
Yeah.
Are you like...
Are you paying attention?
Hello? So I got to start to call everybody else to get quotes. My agent doesn't value ours, apparently.
Have you ever tried Compass?
I had Compass. That's who I was just talking to, was Eddie Fleming at Compass.
Oh,
He
I
just
don't know
called.
him.
And I went through an audit that was ridiculously stupid because our policy, they audit based on payroll.
Yes.
This company.
Yep.
So
Yep.
our policy was written a month. It's not quarter to quarter, but all the payroll reports come out quarterly.
Yeah.
So she wanted me to get custom reports so that
Yeah.
she could read them. I was like, no, I'm not going to do it. No, I can't do it.
Yeah.
Because it was with paychecks, and they said, no, you have to subtract it, divide it. I mean, you have to.
Yeah, I remember having to submit reports like that. They didn't make me get custom.
She wanted.
They would
custom
do the
stuff.
math or whatever.
They had to do the math, and she didn't want to do it. So she said
Oh.
I was not cooperative.
Jesus.
So they.
You were combative.
Yeah. No, seriously. She didn't want to do the work, and I was like, "This is not my job. Here's the reports. Here's all the reports monthly. Here's all the reports quarterly. You add them and subtract them. Do whatever you got to do.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I need reports that go from here to here. It's like that's not.
Yeah.
We don't have reports that go from there.
To me, like the worst thing I had to do was sales tax. Oh, that. We also had these BK reports we had to do that I hated, but sales tax, freaking hated doing sales tax. It's the worst. So it's this damn deadline every goddamn month.
And it happens at the same time every month.
I know, it's just like, God.
Well, the one that is challenging for me is the use tax now that you got to do.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You know, so if you buy something at Costco that's cooked and bring it back for lunch for the crew, that's not taxable. But if you buy food and then bring it back,
you
have to claim it as a use tax because you didn't pay tax when you bought it. But now you turned it into
It's
this
so
or that.
ridiculous.
So you got to go through like the Costco receipt, like yes, no.
Come on.
And then some software, depending on how it's written in the subscription, is a use tax in the city of Lakewood because one will have like a listing, like the referral list has a, that's, I have to declare that for use tax. Yeah. But my complaint, it costs me more to get the report done, for my bookkeeper than I pay them.
Yeah.
Can I just pay you what I pay her and we call it even?
Yeah, right. Save a little money that way. That's crazy.
And I know why they do it. I mean, with Amazon and all this other stuff, they're not getting it right.
10 seconds, guys.
Right.
That's Orchard.com. Trajan Wealth, your trusted local fiduciary advisors. TrajanWealth.com.
Hi, Tom Martino here, 303-713-TALK. 713-8255. Randolph has a comment on Fix It 24/7. Go ahead, Randy. Randolph.
Yes. I just had 24/7 at my house. Over the years, I've had a lot of their competitors. Every other one, instead of today, had always tried to sell me something. The last one wanted me to get a whole new furnace. These guys, they spent an hour and a half scrubbing and got everything immaculate. And then at the end, I said, "So what's wrong?" And they said, "Nothing. Everything looks great. Have a great day." I am so impressed with them. That's why I'm taking the time to call.
Oh, man.
I want to thank you for recommending them, and they are outstanding.
Yeah,
I
they're
can't
good
say
people.
enough good things. And the technician was Stephen, and his associate was Tahar. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. But anyway, they could not have been better. I even offered to buy them lunch, and they said no, thank you. But I want to really thank you for that because they were wonderful.
Randolph, I do believe in them and my sponsors in general. That extreme clean is incredible. Now, here's the good news. Here's what they did. They may have lost money, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but they do way more work than than they charge for that call. And here's the bottom line.
They didn't charge me anything. You know why? Because I'm part of their membership group.
Oh my God!
So I even forgot that I was a member, and they came out there and they charged me nothing.
You know what? Now here's the thing. But they know when they do a service like this, whether it's for the $39 or for the membership, they know that now when you need something, you're not going to hesitate to call them, are you?
Absolutely. In fact, they even told me that when it comes time for my air conditioner, they've got the job, and if anything does go wrong, they're the people I'm going to be dealing with.
That's so good. See, here's the bottom line.
You're not going to need that air conditioner this weekend.
Here's the
No, I'm not, but I am months down the road, and I want them to handle everything.
Yeah. Well, you know
I
what?
love
Thank
it.
you.
They should have this guy sponsor him. My God.
Yeah, this is the real deal. You know what? Here's the thing. I got to tell you a story. So years and years and years ago, I didn't do commercials. Many, 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 many years ago. Then the business changed, right? And I was doing.
Hold on. I've always wanted to ask you this. I'm pretty sure I know the answer, but when you were with certain news stations on TV, you really weren't allowed to do spots, right?
No, that's not exactly true. What it was is this: when I was on Channel 4, they didn't want me to do any TV spots. The radio spots, they kind of just didn't really address. Okay, I mean, I got paid to do spots as long as it didn't filter into my TV work. They were fine with it, but I didn't do them for another reason. No one wanted me to do them. And they didn't want me to do them because they knew when I do commercials or when I get calls that if I recommend somebody, there's going to be hell to pay if something goes wrong. And they were afraid of inviting negative calls and backfiring because truly, when people have a problem with somebody who advertises on Channel 9 or Channel 4 or somewhere else, They don't call Channel 9 and complain about that company. They call the company because they don't associate Channel 9 with a particular person. But when I do the commercial, it's me. So they call me. So I put a personal spin on commercials. Now, and it wasn't just like, and I hate to say this, but a talent, meaning, and they're all very good, by the way, but they do talk shows about other things, and they're not consumer advocates. When I do a talk show about stuff and then advertise that stuff, that has a real deep connection. And it also has potential for abuse. I mean, if I'm telling you, this is how you get this done, this is what you should do, this is what you shouldn't do, and then I also tell a company that can do it, if I wanted to be a crooked bastard, it could be terrible. There could be terrible recommendations, and people, a lot of them would trust me, but that trust would only go, it would run out. Without credibility, you don't go 45 years recommending bad people. So what we do is I developed doing spots for only people that agreed in writing that if anything went wrong and I thought they did anything wrong, they would change it. Nobody does that, okay? That was my condition. If you want to advertise with me and I tell you to reverse it or not to do it or refund, you have to do whatever I ask. Unquestionably, because I can't have people being even thinking they're being cheated. But that doesn't mean I side with the consumer every time either. So the bottom line is this. I started doing this kind of endorsement years ago, and instead of backfiring, businesses loved it because they measured up. And in fact, that's the way the model has been ever since. But one thing I'll tell you for sure, you can't lie and get away with it for long. You can't be a bad company and get away with it for long. The truth comes out all the time. All the time. You can't hide it. So, you know, we've had over the years maybe a handful of people here and there that have tried to BS us, that said they were good people. We've also had, Mark, as you know, really good people when they started out and they got in trouble. They got too big too fast. You know, there's no perfection in business. There's only striving for perfection. And that's all we do.
And then there's other people that they're victim to circumstances. We happen to be talking about Neo-Orthodontics, I think, yesterday.
Yes.
And they had to file they filed Chapter 11, and it looks like it converted to a 7, and they're gone. But really, the nail in their coffin, in fact, like I said yesterday, the coffin and the nail in the coffin, I think, was COVID. That shut down a lot of things like that.
I know. Anyway, we have more coming up on the Troubleshooter Show.
Now, Impact Traffic.
This report is sponsored by Red Pilled America.
Delays on the I-76 eastbound on-ramp from northbound I-25. Right lane blocked by a disabled vehicle. Looks like a semi hauling a mobile home. Watch out for brief delays if you are making the interchange. Into downtown, we are starting to see some speeds return to normal on I-25 north and southbound. Still seeing some slowdowns northbound I-25 between Alameda and Colfax. 6th Avenue eastbound, major stop and go on the off-ramp to I-25 southbound. With traffic, I'm Mark Swan.
Once upon a time, I was in an exclusive cult run by powerful elites. That cult was Hollywood. I escaped and created Red Pilled America, a storytelling show that tells the stories Tinseltown ignores. Listen to Red Pilled America on the iHeartRadio app.
Okay, the art of granite. I've known Mitch for many, many years, and I like to pick out what I love special about my clients. Now, the Art of Granite does wholesale on all countertop materials. That's not a small thing. He only charges up the charge for the fabrication and installation, and you pay straight across his wholesale on the other stuff. But better yet, if you get it from his remnant yard, he provides those materials free, and many times you can find a piece big enough. He also does any countertop material, natural stone or man-made. And here's the other thing. Prices on the phone, and tear out and haul away is always free. Get your price right now. theartofgranite.com. 303-386-5919.
She checked every box. Female, black, and what was the other box? Liberal as fuck.
and that's how she got promoted from. She was an ineffective DA.
She went after a lot of marijuana people, though. That's why one of the reasons she wouldn't go on Rogan, is he wouldn't agree not to talk about all the people she threw in jail in California over marijuana.
Well, and plus, they wanted her, Rogan to do that remote.
Yeah,
she didn't want to go
see
to
her.
Right.
Even though she was in that town that day,
Mhm.
which is even more fucked up. And they only wanted 1 hour. And they had final, editing rights.
Other than that, they come on.
Yeah, other than that, she would have been there.
Yep.
Did we take Elliot, or is this one new?
Tom didn't think people could see through her.
Is
When we were
Elliot
on our long trip before the election, I swear to God, it didn't matter. Oregon, of course, Montana, and Wyoming. I mean, they're going to be that way anyhow. But Oregon, California, Las Vegas,
Randolph.
I couldn't find a Harris person anywhere. Not at a brewery, not in a casino, not on the beach. I'm telling you, no one fucking.
You
went.
had to go to the safe places.
Did we take
no.
Elliot?
The safe places.
No.
Any big
it's
city.
new.
Thank you.
We took Randolph.
No, we stay away.
Thank you.
Hey, Tommy.
Yeah.
Hey, Tommy.
Yes.
There's no show on Monday.
Oh, okay. Thank you.
You went because of the holiday. So it's the best of. just
Because
so you
of
know.
Trump's inauguration.
No, it's because it's MLK Jr.
Day.
Well, okay, if it's two things on one day,
Well, it's not because of the inauguration.
how do you determine which
But isn't
one?
the inauguration always on MLK? Okay.
No, it's always on the 20th,
It's always
except
on the
for
20th.
if the 20th falls on a Sunday.
Oh, I did not know that. Okay.
And you
Since
decide,
1937.
you
You're a
decide
wealth
which
of
one was
information.
pre-existing.
You really are. There's some, you know, some things like.
I know a lot of
It's kinda
bullshit that
surprised
nobody
me.
needs to know.
There's a lot of
Like
useless,
battery.
a lot of useless shit flying around in that head.
Actually, in Washington, D.C., the inauguration is a holiday.
Yes. But everybody's up in arms and Trump's being inaugurated.
Yeah, I
on
think
MLK
the
Day.
last
They want it.
inauguration that was not on the 20th would have been Obama in 13. And then I think before that
And we
was
would have
Reagan
had a
in
show
80
that day, just so you know.
I think Reagan, I think, in 85.
How do you know this?
So, huh?
Why?
Because he
Because I
knows
was-
weird stuff. He just knows.
It's
I
like
went to,
it's like every 27 years, I think, is what it is.
Is what it is.
The,
It doesn't
the
show
20th will fall
What's the
on-
next leap
Fall on
year?
a Sunday.
Huh? The next leap year's
It
4
was
years
last
away.
year. I
What
think.
year is it?
I think it's like 20.
2028.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
always an election year. They also used to call it an Olympic year. Because that's when the Olympics were held. It's also the presidential election. But why do we
See?
have leap
Just to catch up, because our clocks aren't great.
Well, they're not perfect.
'Cause it-
After
We
4
need
years,
milliseconds.
It's actually
4 years, it's
every year is actually 365.25 days.
Yep.
I don't want it to be cold, dragon.
Now, what happens though? You could compensate for that by just changing a second.
I don't think that works in the math.
Yeah, you could change a second to a little longer than a second.
What, everybody unplug their clocks at the same time and then plug them back in?
Well, first of all, you got to determine the new second, so you got to do the math.
Hey, man.
So you guys are laughing, but I don't understand
Mark.
why there is a leap year. Why wouldn't you change the second? Yes, Tom.
Because it's racist.
Well, okay, I forgot
Math
about
is
that.
racist.
Math is racist.
There's got to be more than one answer to every question.
I remember when he'd get so frustrated at that over COVID, when people were telling him math was racist.
I used to say that all the time at the SATs.
What the hell does that even mean?
Yeah. Because of the word problems, not the problems themselves.
Well, it was too hard, so people couldn't learn it, or they couldn't pass it, so they wouldn't graduate. So therefore,
Day, the first 100 days,
The most sweeping action
and beyond
in history.
on Denver's talk station, 630 KHOW.
Hi, Tom Martino. Your troubleshooter 303-713-TALK. Let's go to Elliot. Elliot, welcome to the show. What's happening?
Well, I heard a gentleman talking about 24/7, and he was very pleased with them. And this wasn't recent, but they have been out to my place before. He looked at my furnace and my air conditioner too, and everything's true. They come in, they get the job done. They're polite. They wear the little booties, so they don't grease up your floor, or they're very respectful, very nice. I think the tech that came out, his name was Bill.
Yeah.
But I was able to get in on a couple of your specials, that you had, where they come out and it's a deal. I think it was like a $29, and they spent about an hour and a half down there in the basement with the furnace, and then, I couldn't believe it. And they vacuum everything, wipe everything down, clean it, take everything apart, put it back in, and just, it's like, thank you, and it's like $29. And it's just
Elliot, and 29 is their special, and it's usually 39, and even that is a steal. But here's what I want to tell you, Elliot. They know they did that, and they know if a friend or a neighbor or yourself ever needs something, you're going to remember that.
Recommended them and told them, here's who you call.
Right.
And just such a good experience.
Yeah.
Not getting kind of pushed into a corner. Oh, well, you need this now, and we have this switch and this wire, and it was just straightforward. They were done, and it's like, thank you, have a good day.
Thank you, brother. I appreciate the information, man. That's Fix It 24/7. We believe in our sponsors. That's the whole deal. We believe in what we do. Don't forget referralist.com for great people, referralist.com. And don't forget to save all your problems for me.
Clear, buddy. See ya.
See you guys.
Follow Tom Martino at Real Tom Martino.